Chapter 1913. You're challenging me? The Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciple who was targeted by Jiyu Chun was stunned when he heard Jiyu Chun's words. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn. Although his strength was not the strongest among the 1,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Tertius houses, as a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, he could be ranked in the middle. However, a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum wanted to challenge him to a Tertius house. When the senior disciple regained his senses, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Jiyu Chun. Jiyu Chun is only at the early exemplary saint stage, but he dares to challenge a senior disciple in the Tertius house? Duan Ling narrowed his eyes. He could not figure out where Jiyu Chun got his courage from. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who were able to stay in the Tertius houses were at the early exemplary saint stage or above. Jiyu Chun had just arrived, but he had already challenged a senior disciple. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Lingtian, and some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who had left their residences, immediately gathered around to watch the show. Wang Ju, do you look like you're a pushover? You're actually being treated as a pushover by the newcomer. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples gathered around, many of them laughed and teased the senior disciple who was challenged by Jiyu Chun. Wang Ju's face turned pale when he heard his fellow disciples teasing. His gaze turned colder as he looked at Jiyu Chun. Brat, I, Wang Ju, accept your challenge. Come, let me see what you're made of. How dare you challenge me, Wang Ju? The moment Wang Ju's words left his mouth, his eyes turned cold as battle intent surged out of his body. You're Wang Ju, right? However, Jiyu Chun had no intention of making a move at all. He hovered in the air and looked at Wang Ju calmly. Why? You're the one who challenged me, but you don't dare to make a move now? Wang Ju smiled disdainfully. Sometimes, a challenge doesn't require one to make a move. Perhaps, senior brother Wang Ju, you'll take the initiative to admit defeat later. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a faint smile appeared on Jiyu Chun's face. It was as though victory was already in his hands. Admit defeat. I think you must be dreaming. Hearing Jiyu Chun's words, Wang Ju was stunned for a moment before sneering. Admit defeat. Jiyu Chun is overthinking it. Many of the new disciples shook their heads. They looked at Jiyu Chun as though they were looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with this Jiyu Chun? He's just an early exemplary saint stage new disciple. What makes him think he can make an old disciple admit defeat? What nonsense. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have a green innate spiritual root? Ridiculous. The new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots who came with Duan Lingtian kept mocking Wang Ju. As for the new disciples who came with Jiyu Chun, for some reason, none of them said anything. A few of them seemed to have recalled something when they looked at Jiyu Chun, causing them to frown slightly. Early exemplary saint stage? As the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples discussed among themselves, the group of senior disciples also learned about Jiyu Chun's cultivation base. They immediately looked at Wang Ju again and teased, Wang Ju, did you hear that? Although this junior brother's cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage, he has a green innate spiritual root. He's not someone you can afford to offend. That's right. Just admit defeat. This junior brother might not be as strong as you now, but it doesn't mean he won't surpass you in the future. Wang Ju, be sensible. If you don't want to suffer in the future, just admit defeat and give up your Tertius house. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples seemed to be advising Wang Ju out of goodwill, but they were actually mocking him. So what if he had a green innate spiritual root? He did not have the right to live in a Tertius house with that little bit of innate talent. Green innate spiritual root. Wang Ju's face turned red from anger when he was mocked by his fellow disciples. He vented his anger on Jiyu Chun. So what if you have a green innate spiritual root? A mere green innate spiritual root isn't enough for me to admit defeat. You're only at the early exemplary saint stage, but you dare to step all over me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be surnamed Wang. Wang Ju's voice turned cold when he reached the end of his sentence. It seemed as though the air in the surroundings had turned colder as well. Ji Chun's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "That's right. My innate spiritual root isn't enough for you to fear. It's also not enough for you to admit defeat and give up your Tertius house. However, what if I tell you my master is the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian?" A mocking smile appeared on Ji Chun's face when he reached the end of his sentence. His gaze turned colder as well. Lian. As soon as Ji Chun finished speaking, apart from the few new disciples who had green innate spiritual roots who came with him, the others, including Duan Lingtian, narrowed their eyes. Some of them even had a fearful expression on their faces. Wang Ju's rage was completely extinguished by Ji Chun's words, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. If Lian was the disciple of the other 4 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it would not matter if Wang Ju refused to give up his house since the 4 Silver Flame Elders would not lower themselves to deal with him. However, Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, was different. Lian was known for his vengeful nature in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism. Those who offended Lian usually did not have a good ending. For this reason, in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, nobody was willing to offend Lian or the people around him unless they had a powerful background. This included Lian's disciple. Due to this reason, Wang Ju's anger was instantly extinguished. The name Lian was enough to send chills down his spine. His elder Lian's disciple? Hasn't Elder Lian not accepted any disciples for many years? Why would he suddenly accept a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple? As far as I know, Elder Lian's other 3 disciples all have blue innate spiritual roots. What's so special about a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root to be accepted by Elder Li? When the group of senior disciples heard Ji Chun's words, they were shocked and confused. Since when did Elder Lian have such bad taste? Naturally, they did not think Ji Chun was lying. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody dared to joke about Elder Li and what's going on. How did Ji Chun become Elder Lian's disciple? Don't tell me Elder Lian took a liking to him because his performance was the most outstanding among the few people with green innate spiritual roots. A group of new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots looked at the other new disciples with green innate spiritual roots curiously and blankly. All of them wanted to get an answer from them. When the group of senior disciples heard the discussion among the new disciples, they turned to look at the few new disciples as well. During the strength assessment, Ji Chun's performance was not as outstanding as ours. He only became Elder Lian's disciple because he promised Elder Lian that he would cooperate with Elder Lian to deal with Duan Lingtian. One of the new disciples with a green innate spiritual root said indignantly. When he spoke, he deliberately looked at Duan Lingtian. Is it because of Duan Lingtian? All the new disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Heavens! How much does Elder Lian hate Duan Lingtian? Just because Ji Chun flattered him and said he would cooperate with him to deal with Duan Lingtian, he accepted Ji Chun as his disciple? It seems like Duan Lingtian has completely enraged him by killing his best friend's son in front of him. Isn't this too much? Elder Lian shouldn't be so shallow, right? The group of new disciples had an expression of disbelief on their faces as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves again. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he found out the reason Lian accepted Ji Chun as his disciple. Was this not too much? At the same time, the group of senior disciples in the surroundings also learned about the situation. When they learned about Duan Lingtian's valiant act of killing Yang Wu, the son of Lian's best friend, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, they could not help but secretly give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Regardless of what would happen to Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, for someone who dared to go against Elder Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, how much does Elder Lian hate him? He actually accepted a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple for Duan Lingtian. The group of senior disciples was puzzled by this as well. In the end, they could only blame Elder Lian for hating Duan Lingtian too much. At the same time, some of the new disciples who were standing near Duan Lingtian could not help but move away from Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the god of plague. I admit defeat. At the same time, Wang Ju, who had completely suppressed his anger, took the initiative to admit defeat when Jiyu Chun challenged him due to his fear of Silver Flame Elder Lian. After admitting defeat, Wang Ju left the Tertius house that originally belonged to him dejectedly. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very smart. Jiyu Chun raised his head arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Wang Ju to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were extremely cold. The others thought Li An had accepted Wang Ju as his disciple because he had flattered Duan Lingtian. Only Wang Ju knew there was another important reason. He would be able to recommend someone with an indigo innate spiritual root to Li An in the near future. Moreover, he was 100% sure that person would be willing to become Li An's direct disciple. These were the things he had promised Li An through voice transmission. Humph. When Duan Lingtian saw Jiyu Chun entering the Tertius house and was about to close the door, he snorted coldly. Then, he appeared in front of the Tertius house like a ghost and extended his hand to stop the door from closing. Chapter 1914. Jiyu Chun, who had just entered the Tertius house and was about to close the door, saw a flash before his eyes. A figure appeared at the door and stopped him from closing it. Duan Lingtian. When Jiyu Chun took a closer look, he discovered the person who stopped him from closing the door was none other than Duan Lingtian. A hint of dread flashed in Jiyu Chun's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had learned from the new disciples who participated in the strength assessment with Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already entered the early exemplary saint stage. At that time, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Putting everything else aside, just the powerful divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast during the battle with Yang Wu yesterday had already made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. He even admitted he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. What are you trying to do? For this reason, Jiyu Chun was slightly nervous when he faced Duan Lingtian. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Wang Ju. Although he was no match for Wang Ju, he was not afraid Wang Ju would attack him since his master was Li An, the first elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, it was not difficult to see Duan Lingtian was not afraid of his master at all. Due to this reason, when he faced Duan Lingtian, he had subconsciously lowered his head. Even his voice had become much softer. Wang Ju, who had just walked out, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he saw this. He was an old disciple, but he was not as intimidating as a new disciple. He felt as though he had lived for so many years in vain. Naturally, he had also heard the conversation between the new disciples earlier. He knew this new disciple, Duan Lingtian, had fallen out with Li An, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even though he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian was not even afraid of Li An, let alone Li An's disciple, Jiyu Chun. This Duan Lingtian is not a bad person. Wang Ju instinctively turned his head around, and when he saw Jiyu Chun's dark expression, he felt a sense of relief. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's actions had helped him vent his anger. This caused him to have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Sniff sniff sniff. In fact, it was not only Wang Ju. Even the group of senior disciples and new disciples present on the scene could not help but have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. They also found Jiyu Chun's behavior of using the tiger's might to intimidate others displeasing to their eyes. However, due to their fear of Li An, who was backing Jiyu Chun, they did not dare to show their displeasure even though they disliked Jiyu Chun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had stepped forward and done something they did not dare to do. Not only did it make them feel relieved, but it also made them like Duan Lingtian. Even the new disciples who looked down on Duan Lingtian for pretending to be young now had a better impression of Duan Lingtian. This was something Duan Lingtian did not expect. What am I doing? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Jiyu Chun's anxious expression. What can I do? I've taken a liking to your Tertius house. I, Duan Lingtian, want to challenge you, Jiyu Chun. As soon as he spoke, Duan Lingtian made a move to snatch the Tertius house from Jiyu Chun. Jiyu Chun's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, When he met Duan Lingtian's cold gaze, his heart trembled. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I'll let him be smug for now. I'll deal with him later. As for the Tertius house, it doesn't matter if I give it to him. After all, with my current status, I can stay in any Tertius house I want. The moment Jiyu Chun thought of this, he walked out of the Tertius house. It was obvious he wanted to give the house to Duan Lingtian. So this is Elder Li Yan's new disciple? What an embarrassment to Elder Li Yan. If I were Elder Li Yan, I'd definitely kick him out. Isn't it embarrassing for someone with a green innate spiritual root to act so cowardly in front of someone with a yellow innate spiritual root? When the senior and new disciples saw Jiyu Chun leaving the Tertius house to Duan Lingtian, the group of senior and new disciples present on the scene could not help but cause a commotion. They mocked Jiyu Chun as much as they could. Since there were so many of them mocking Jiyu Chun, they were not worried Li and would target all of them. Jiyu Chun's expression turned even uglier when he heard those mocking words. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He felt extremely humiliated. At the same time, his teeth began to chatter, making a crisp sound as if they were about to be crushed. Endure. I have to endure it. I'm no match for him right now. Even if I were to attack him now, I would only be looking for trouble. Why don't we just bear with it for now and wait for our strength to rise and surpass him in the future? Then we'll settle the score with him. Jiyu Chun gritted his teeth and tried his best to restrain himself as he consoled himself. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root while I have a green innate spiritual root. It's not difficult for me to surpass him. From Jiyu Chun's point of view, this was not the case. Although Duan Lingtian was also at the early exemplary saint stage like him, due to his high innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Duan Lingtian. As long as he raised his cultivation base and widened the gap between him and Duan Lingtian, why would he be afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine ability? Yesterday, Duan Lingtian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to kill Yang Wu despite being heavily injured. Although Jiyu Chun did not know what Duan Lingtian had cast, it had left a deep impression on him. Due to this reason, Jiyu Chun realized that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian with the same cultivation base. Did I allow you to leave? When Jiyu Chun walked out of the Tertius house and was about to leave Duan Lingtian spoke again. He looked coldly at Jiyu Chun, who had stopped moving when he heard his words. Jiyu Chun had been picking on him since the beginning. Since that was the case, he did not mind. However, who would have thought Jiyu Chun would be so rude to him? In order to become Li Yan's disciple, Jiyu Chun did not hesitate to flatter Li Yan and join forces with Li Yan to deal with him. Since Jiyu Chun had already decided to join forces with Li Yan to deal with him, why was there a need for him to be polite to Jiyu Chun? Duan Lingtian, I've already given you the Tertius house. What do you want? Jiyu Chun turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was walking toward him step by step. Horror dawned on his face immediately as he retreated in a panic. Due to his fear before the battle even began, his aura was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. He did not have the slightest intention to resist at all. With every step Duan Lingtian took, it was as though he was stepping on his heart, causing his heart to tremble violently. Don't act recklessly. My master is Elder Li Yan. He's the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. His only second to Lord Sanctum leader. Jiyu Chun panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to him. He was so flustered that he did not even know what to say. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian was never afraid of his master, Li Yan. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't allow me to kill you. I just want to teach you a lesson that you won't forget for the rest of your life. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. In the end, only Jiyu Chun could hear him clearly. No. Jiyu Chun cried out in horror before his voice came to an abrupt halt. The instant his voice came to an abrupt halt, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of expanding golden light barrier. He was completely submerged within it, as though he was being devoured by the rapidly expanding golden light barrier. At this moment, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not see anything. What's this territory? They could see that the light that appeared before them was Duan Lingtian's territory. Put aside the power of this territory, just the dazzling golden light alone was enough to block their vision. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is going to kill him? A new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple asked in shock. I don't think so. In Zoroastrianism, it's normal for disciples to fight with each other. However, if someone kills or cripples someone with malicious intent, he'll be sentenced to death. An old disciple said. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's territory is too dazzling. We can't see what's going on inside at all. I wonder what he's doing. I suspect he's purposely blocking our vision. Based on this, we can see that Jiyu Chun is going to be in trouble. A fox assuming the tigers might deserves to be unlucky. As the group of new and old disciples discussed among themselves, a hint of schadenfreude could be heard in their voices. The golden light in front of everyone was the 10,000 swords territory that Duan Lingtian cast just in time. It was consolidated by the Sun Saint energy and was extremely dazzling. It was like a real sun that completely blocked everyone's vision. Duan Lingtian stood in the 10,000 swords territory like a javelin. Jiyu Chun had fainted next to his feet. He was motionless like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to kill him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had his reasons for doing this. Huolao, if I want to devour his innate spiritual root, what should I do next? Duan Lingtian contacted Elder Hua in a timely manner and revealed his intention at the same time. He planned to devour Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. It was one level higher than his yellow innate spiritual root. If he could devour Jiyu Chun's green innate spiritual root, theoretically, his yellow innate spiritual root would turn into a green innate spiritual root. Of course, up until now, this was only a theory. Duan Lingtian did not know if he would succeed or not. For this reason, he was slightly anxious when he contacted Huolao. Soon after, Huolao's voice resonated in the air. With your current cultivation base, you still can't locate his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness. I'll use my divine consciousness to guide you to his innate spiritual root. After you find it, you can cast the devouring tactic. All right. Chapter 1915. Although Elder Hua had told Duan Lingtian about the spiritual items that could improve one's innate spiritual root, it would be easier for Duan Lingtian to identify and understand the appearance and characteristics of the spiritual items, making it easier for him to find them. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had never heard of any of the spiritual items before. Those spiritual objects, he had never even heard of them before, let alone talk about seeing them. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian also realized at that time that those spirit objects were illusory existences to the current him. If there was another way to improve one's innate spiritual root, he would rather not take this path. However, at this moment, there was a shortcut before Duan Lingtian. He could use the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. However, up until now, this shortcut was only Elder Hua's theory. As for whether it was feasible or not, it all depended on Duan Lingtian to put it into practice. Jiyu Chun, you can only blame yourself for always going against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have coveted your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian looked at Jiyu Chun, who was knocked out by him. He raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "You're the one who sent yourself to me to be my test subject. Don't blame me for this." Huolao. At the same time, Duan Lingtian contacted Huolao and asked, "What should I do now? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" It was his first time devouring an innate spiritual root, so he could only ask Huolao since he was not familiar with the process. Perhaps, Huolao did not know how to use the elementary devouring tactic to devour an innate spiritual root. However, even if Huolao had not seen it before, he must have heard of it. Place your hand on his head and send your divine consciousness into his soul through my divine consciousness. I'll guide you to his innate spiritual root. At that time, you can use your divine consciousness to locate his innate spiritual root and try to cast the elementary devouring tactic with your hand that's touching his head. Huolaro's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not doubt Huolaro's words. He immediately squatted down and placed his right hand on Jiyu Chun's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened, and his heart was filled with anxiety. To him, this was an important experiment. If he succeeded, he would be able to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time. If he failed, he would have to continue to search for enlightenment. If he failed, his innate spiritual root would improve his innate spiritual root. Whether his innate spiritual root could be improved as soon as possible would have a great impact on him. This was because his innate spiritual root determined his cultivation speed. If his cultivation speed was fast, he would be able to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible so he could rescue Kerr and his daughter as soon as possible. If his cultivation speed was slow, it would be impossible for him to rescue Kerr and his daughter. I hope it'll be successful. No. It must be successful. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and sent it into Jiyu Chun's head through Huolaro's divine consciousness, he was shouting in his heart. At this moment, he had an unprecedented desire to devour Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root and strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Two soul consciousnesses silently entered Jiyu Chun's mind and soul. His innate spiritual root is right in front of you. With your current cultivation base, you can't sense its presence with your divine consciousness. However, now that you're here, as long as you calm down, you should be able to sense its aura. This aura is mixed with the rich heaven and earth spirit energy. You can try to sense it now. When Huolaro stopped moving his divine consciousness, Huolaro said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian responded and stopped moving his divine consciousness. At the same time, he used his divine consciousness to sense the aura in his surroundings. Initially, his divine consciousness did not sense any special aura in his surroundings. However, with Huolaro's repeated reminders, his divine consciousness finally locked onto Jiyu Chun's green innate spiritual root. I've locked onto his innate spiritual root. Huolaro, what should I do now? Duan Lingtian asked Huolaro as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. Perhaps, the aura emitted by Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root was very obvious to Huolaro. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was almost non-existent. If it were not for Huolaro's repeated reminders, he would not have discovered Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was very excited when he discovered his divine consciousness had locked onto Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. After you've locked onto his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic and let the elementary devouring tactic's devouring force surge out of your hand and follow your divine consciousness to his soul and innate spiritual root. Since you've already locked onto his innate spiritual root, this process is not difficult for you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Huolaro reminded him in a timely manner. As soon as Huolaro finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately did as he was told. Elementary devouring tactic. Although this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, he had not used any technique when he had cast it in the past. All he did was directly devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. However, this time, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he cast, was filled with skill. This was because he was not devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, but a person's innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of a person's soul. Unless one was at the saint celestial stage or above, one would not be able to sense its existence with one's divine consciousness, let alone lock onto it. However, with Huolaro's help, Duan Lingtian had successfully locked onto Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. Just as Huolaro had said, the entire process was very smooth. Devour. When the devouring force entered Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and came into contact with Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian could not help but cry out in his heart. At the same time, he controlled the devouring force to engulf the innate spiritual root that he had locked onto with his divine consciousness. Ji Chun's green innate spiritual root was originally shining with a faint green light. However, after it was engulfed by the devouring force, it disappeared into Ji Chun's soul as though it had never existed. Just like that, Ji Chun's innate spiritual root disappeared into his soul. Huolaro has already devoured his innate spiritual root. There seems to be a special energy in the devouring force. It must be the energy of the innate spiritual root. However, this energy seems to be draining away continuously. I've already retrieved the devouring force and let it come closer to my soul. What should I do now? As Duan Lingtian communicated with Huolaro, he controlled the devouring force to return to his body and let it enter his soul. His innate spiritual root was also in his soul. Even if Huolaro did not remind him, he knew he had to do this. Guide your devouring power into your soul and merge it with your innate spiritual root. It's fine if you can't sense your innate spiritual root. As long as you release the devouring force, you'll be able to touch your innate spiritual root. Don't worry, your devouring force won't destroy your innate spiritual root. Next, let your innate spiritual root devour the energy of his innate spiritual root through the devouring force. Huolaro continued to speak before he added, however, I can't guarantee that your innate spiritual root will be improved. In the beginning, Huolaro had said the elementary devouring tactic could only be used in theory to devour other innate spiritual roots. However, he was not sure if it would work. Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for this. Whether it will work or not depends on this moment. Upon hearing Huolaro's words, Duan Lingtian realized this was the most crucial moment. His heart was also hanging in the air. He had to do as Huolaro said. Huolaro. The energy of Ji Chun's green innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. I've also retracted my devouring force. Can you help me check if there are any changes to my innate spiritual root? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian contacted Huolaro anxiously. Although he was anxious, he was also looking forward to it. If you want to know if there are any changes to your innate spiritual root, can't you just sense the heaven and earth spirit energy? Even if a part of his green innate spiritual root was devoured by your devouring force, it's still a great supplement to your yellow innate spiritual root. Huolaro reminded Duan Lingtian, if your innate spiritual root has successfully devoured his innate spiritual root, you'll be able to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy much faster than before. Upon receiving Huolaro's reminder, Duan Lingtian immediately tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. This, after a while, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He was dumbstruck as though he had been frightened by something. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. It was a joyful smile. Huolaro. The speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy seems to be twice as fast as before. Is this a sign of success? The surprise came too quickly. Although Duan Lingtian was excited, he was still unsure. Let me take a look at your innate spiritual root. As soon as Huolaro finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful divine consciousness entering his mind. After he allowed it, it entered the depths of his soul. It's a success. Huolaro's voice resonated in his mind. Upon receiving Huolaro's confirmation, Duan Lingtian became excited again. His face flushed red. It's a success. It's a success. Due to his eagerness to succeed, Duan Lingtian lost his composure when he learned he had succeeded. It's a success. However, your innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Your innate spiritual root used to be yellow, but it's dark yellow now. Although it hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root, it's still considered a transformation. If you want your innate spiritual root to transform into a green innate spiritual root, you'll have to devour another green innate spiritual root. Chapter 1916. It hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Huolaro's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. My innate spiritual root isn't green, but the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy is twice as fast as before. If my innate spiritual root turns green, won't the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy be a few times faster? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped. He did not expect a green innate spiritual root would be so much more powerful than his yellow innate spiritual root. If a green innate spiritual root is already so powerful, won't the blue, indigo, and violet innate spiritual roots be even more powerful? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Currently, I've successfully used the elementary devouring tactic to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots to devour, not only will my innate spiritual root turn green, but I might even be able to transform it into a blue, indigo, or violet innate spiritual root. The speed at which a green innate spiritual root absorbs the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. A violet innate spiritual root must be even more powerful. With the help of the violet innate spiritual root and the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nobody in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland will be able to compare to my cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about this. He felt the future was going to be wonderful. Naturally, I'll have to transform my innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root first. After a long while, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down as he recalled the earlier scene. Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root is green. Logically speaking, with my current yellow innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root should be able to transform into a green innate spiritual root as well after I devour his green innate spiritual root. This is what I thought in the beginning as well. However, during the process, Jiyu Chun's green innate spiritual root was greatly depleted after it was devoured by the devouring force. In the end, only half of his green innate spiritual root was absorbed by my innate spiritual root. That's why my innate spiritual root did not transform into a green innate spiritual root. Huilaro said that the color of my innate spiritual root has changed from yellow to dark yellow. Moreover, I can clearly feel that the speed at which I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy has doubled. It seems that even yellow spiritual roots are divided into different levels. There are normal yellow spiritual roots, dark yellow spiritual roots, and light yellow spiritual roots. In that instant, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. I really want to see Jiyu Chun's expression when he discovers his speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy has become slower than a tortoise. I'm sure he won't expect his green innate spiritual root has been devoured by my innate spiritual root and has become a part of my innate spiritual root. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he looked at Jiyu Chun, who was still unconscious on the ground. He did not feel guilty at all for devouring Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. If he allowed Jiyu Chun to continue growing, he would only become his enemy in the future. It was better to have one less enemy like this. Currently, he was merely killing the threat in the cradle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the thousands of golden sword rays in the 10,000 swords territory shot out and left thousands of wounds on Jiyu Chun's body. However, these wounds were only superficial. Jiyu Chun did not lose much blood. Tens of thousands of sword glows whizzed past. Although Jiyu Chun only suffered some superficial wounds in an instant, the pain still caused him to wake up. The intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. At this moment, his figure and the injured Jiyu Chun appeared in front of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw the wounds on Jiyu Chun's body, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless. Although Jiyu Chun's injuries were not enough to cripple or kill him, the pain was definitely excruciating. This could be seen from the way Jiyu Li's face was contorted from the pain. How dare you promise to deal with me in front of Li and with such strength? You're overestimating yourself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian glanced at Jiyu Chun coldly before he returned to the tertius house he had snatched from Jiyu Chun. It was only when Duan Lingtian closed the door that everyone shifted their attention to Jiyu Chun again. When they saw Jiyu Chun's contorted face and heard his continuous wailing, they felt chills running down their spines. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. If it's not necessary, It's better not to offend him. He's a madman who's not even afraid of Elder Lian. If it were up to me, he should be called Duan Lingtian or Lunatic Duan. Everyone regained their senses and whispered among themselves. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Even the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples present on the scene were no exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name began to spread among the nearly 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He had become a celebrity. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all of this. After Duan Lingtian entered the Tertius house and closed the door, he immediately entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I haven't been to the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since it was repaired. Let's go take a look. Since the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, he had not had the chance to enter it. Naturally, it was also because he did not have the chance to. Now that he had a place to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that he would have the chance to enter the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian set foot on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could feel the rich heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. The richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy was more than 2 times stronger than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house that had 3 spirit gathering formations. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was due to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house. Since the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was located in the Tertius house, it was only natural that it would be affected by the cultivation environment in the Tertius house. This was unavoidable. This was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. The 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Then, Duan Lingtian began to scan the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All he could see was a vast expanse of emptiness. Only a medium-sized inkstone was suspended in the middle of the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On top of the inkstone, there was a completely black ruler. This ruler was 3 feet long. It quietly laid on top of the inkstone and became the focal point of everyone's attention. When Duan Lingtian saw the ruler, he could not hold anything else in his eyes. It was as though the ruler had an endless charm that completely attracted Duan Lingtian's eyes. This is the celestial supreme treasure on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the universe ruler. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and gradually regained his senses. His eyes were burning with desire. He had heard about the 7 treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from Huolaro. The celestial supreme treasure on the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the universe ruler. Moreover, according to Huolaro, the celestial supreme treasures on the 2nd to 7th levels of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were of higher grades. This was especially true for the Battle Heaven Thorn on the 7th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was said to be able to battle the heavens and earth. Fighting the heavens and earth was equivalent to fighting against all living beings. How domineering was that? However, although the universe ruler doesn't seem to be heavier than a sword, I don't think I can lift it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. After testing it, he could only move the universe ruler a little even if he tried with all his might. However, he was already panting from just moving it a little. Among the celestial supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, apart from the Jasper Celestial Sword that I can wield like an extension of my arm due to the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the Saint Celestial stage if I want to use the other celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, even if I break through to the Saint Celestial stage, I might not be able to wield the other 5 celestial supreme treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After all, they're weapons used by celestials. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Celestials were much stronger than Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Even if a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse had cultivated to the 9th form, the Celestial Ascension form, they would have to overcome the Celestial Ascension tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms before they could be considered a true Celestia. Celestials were celestials because they were different from humans. Celestials had endless lifespans. If there were no accidents, they could live as long as the heavens and earth. Naturally, celestials were not the only ones who had endless lifespans. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, as long as one's cultivation base entered the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one would also have endless lifespans. The heaven-defying form was the so-called heaven-defying lifespan that was set by the heavens. Now that my innate spiritual root has undergone a transformation, coupled with such a good cultivation environment, my cultivation speed must have increased a lot. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and circulate the great heavenly cycle to improve his cultivation base. As he circulated the great heavenly cycle after great heavenly cycle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base improved rapidly. What a fast cultivation speed! With this cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 2 years at most. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a hint of confidence could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, the 2 years Duan Lingtian mentioned referred to the time in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 1917. It was common knowledge that the path of cultivation would become more difficult as one progressed. If it was Duan Lingtian in the past, due to the limitations of his innate spiritual root and cultivation environment, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. However, now that his innate spiritual root had transformed, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, it would only take him 2 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. If my innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root, my cultivation speed will be even faster. If my innate spiritual root is an indigo innate spiritual root, I'll only need a few months to break through from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He wished he could find a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root and devour his indigo innate spiritual root. I'm afraid there aren't many monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots even in the entire Zoroastrianism. I wonder if there are any monstrous geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism. If there are, my innate spiritual roots should be able to transform to dark indigo even if I lose half of them. Dark indigo was equivalent to the limit of an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could no longer calm himself down and cultivate. At this moment, he really wished he could find a few people and devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only thinking about it. He was not a cold-blooded animal. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not devour their innate spiritual roots for no reason. Since I can't calm myself down, I'll take a look around the altar. I'll familiarize myself with the palaces around the altar and try to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. After putting away the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda, Duan Lingtian left the Bing house. After he walked out of the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian noticed that the crowd outside had already dispersed. Only a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were scattered around in groups of 3 to 5. They seemed to be discussing something. E infinity, however, their attention was not on this side. In addition, when Duan Lingtian left, he made a lot of noise, so no one was alerted. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend the Black Tortoise's Barrier, the first defensive technique of Zoroastrianism, with my heart that has been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword. I don't think it will take me longer than the time I spent comprehending the devouring technique, right? Along the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely focused on the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Although Duan Lingtian was already quite famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum, due to the fact that he had only been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for a short period of time, many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not recognize him even if they had heard of his name. Hey, did you hear that? There's a troublemaker in the Black Turtle Sanctum this time. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? You heard about it as well? In the Black Turtle Sanctum, apart from those who have left and those who haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid almost everyone has heard of him, right? I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years, but this is my first time hearing someone from the Black Turtle Sanctum who dares to openly oppose Elder Lian. Elder Lian is the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Usually, even the other 4 Silver Flame Elders don't dare to offend him. That's right. Elder Lian is someone who's second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. That Duan Lingtian won't have a good ending for daring to oppose him, unless his innate spiritual root is an indigo or blue innate spiritual root. However, I heard he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual root. A person with a yellow innate spiritual root dares to openly oppose Elder Lian? He's seeking death. Duan Lingtian had heard many similar discussions along the way. Apart from that, the news of him beating up Lian's new direct disciple, Jiyu Chun, had also spread out and became a hot topic among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. For a time, almost all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian had offended Lian. Even if he did not die, Duan Lingtian would at least be skinned alive for offending Li, and Duan Lingtian merely shook his head when he heard these words. He had a carefree expression on his face as though he did not care at all. Yesterday, Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, had taken the initiative to provoke him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Ting Shan, had dealt with this matter fairly. However, it was at this moment that Lian appeared and indiscriminately killed him. He glorified it by saying that it takes 2 to clap. He was also at fault. If Elder Teng Shan had not intervened in time, and his physical body was strong, he would have been killed by Lian. For this reason, since then, he had regarded Lian as his mortal enemy. For this reason, when Yang Wu's life was hanging by a thread, he did not care about Lian's threat at all. In fact, he did not hesitate to kill Yang Wu in front of everyone at the cost of becoming Lian's enemy. Since he and Lian were already enemies, it did not matter if he further offended Li and the Black Turtle altar. Soon after, an altar on a spacious square appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The huge and lifelike black turtle statue on it completely attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded in this black turtle statue. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew toward the Black Turtle statue. At the same time, there were many people around the Black Turtle statue who were comprehending the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. They were either standing or sitting in the air. Some of them had their eyes closed as though they were thinking about something. There were also some people who were staring at the Black Turtle statue with a mesmerized expression on their faces. Let's take a look at the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the Sovereign Heart Sword had tempered his heart, he was filled with confidence. I can first memorize the information about the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return to the Tertius house and enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That way, I'll be able to save a lot of time. After all, the flow of time on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is very slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Black Turtle statue. As he extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the Black Turtle statue, a vast and complicated information began to surge into his mind. This information was related to the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the Black Turtle statue was surging. As soon as his divine consciousness merged with the Black Turtle statue, a majestic and heavy aura surged out of the Black Turtle statue. When this aura shrouded him, it gave him immense pressure. At the same time, he could not help but put up a defense as he covered his body with his Sun Saint energy. It was a completely instinctive action. They're in a similar situation as well. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not notice it. However, now that he was paying more attention, he discovered that the Black Turtle statue was surrounded by a group of people. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the Black Turtle altar had a layer of Saint energy light shield around their bodies that formed layers of defense. If I'm not mistaken, this aura should be helpful in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. It's no wonder so many of them chose to stay here instead of returning to their own residences to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, after obtaining the information about it. However, until now, This aura has not given me any special feeling. After hovering in the air near the black turtle statue for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that the aura that surged out of the black turtle statue did not have any effect on him. After receiving the information about the black turtle's barrier, Duan Lingtian decided to leave. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return. As long as I successfully comprehend the black turtle's barrier, I'll be able to leave the black turtle sanctum and enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he no longer had the mood to stroll around the black turtle altar. He immediately turned around and left. His wife and daughter were still imprisoned in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They were in deep trouble. After returning to the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again and began to comprehend the black turtle's barrier. As the black turtle sanctum's most precious treasure and the number one defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, it was indeed difficult to comprehend it. After comprehending it for half a year on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian had only scratched the surface of the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. He was still a distance away from completely comprehending the black turtle's barrier. It's even harder to comprehend than the devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. An expression of shock could be seen on his face. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this as well. However, it did not take long before he realized what the problem was. Back then, in the divine ability relic that recorded the devouring tactic, I've seen someone cast the devouring tactic before. I've also personally experienced the devouring tactic. For this reason, apart from the Sovereign Heart Sword, I was able to comprehend the devouring tactic so quickly. Whether it's the divine ability, the devouring tactic, or the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, I've seen someone cast them before. For this reason, I have an advantage when I comprehend the two high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. Half a year. Almost 18 days have passed in the outside world. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. Meanwhile, in another Tertius house, Jiyu Chun, who had finally recovered from his injuries, also planned to begin his cultivation. Duan Lingtian, when I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I'll definitely make you regret what you did to me that day. For the sake of revenge, Jiyu Chun, who was emitting killing intent, began to cultivate excitedly. Chapter 1918. Impossible. This is impossible. I'll try again. I'll try again. I'll definitely succeed. My innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Jiyu Chun took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He tried to calm himself down and tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house again. Due to the three spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house was much denser than the outside. However, no matter how hard Jiyu Chun tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could not sense it at all. It was as though he was not in the Tertius house with the three spirit gathering formations, but a room that was empty of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Continue. Jiyu Chun panicked again. However, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he was not a peerless genius, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. In terms of innate talent, he was far superior to ordinary people. With his innate talent, he had a high chance of entering the Saint Celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the Zoroastrianism, he would be able to become a bronze flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Jiyu Chun had never doubted his bright future before. However, at this moment, despair rose in his heart. I've got it. Just as Jiyu Chun was about to give up in despair, he clearly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and tried to draw it into his body. However, something that shocked him happened in the next moment. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy weak, but the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was even slower than a tortoise crawling. Impossible. Impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This shouldn't be my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root can't sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy so slowly. Ji Chun began to panic again. He tried his best to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, 1 day went by, 2 days went by. After 3 days and 3 nights, he discovered his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow. Bang! A loud sound rang out. It was Ji Chun who had broken through the door and left the third house. Ji Chun, who seemed to have gone crazy, naturally attracted the attention of many people. What's wrong with Ji Chun? From the looks of it, he seems to be on the peak. Could it be that he has gone mad? From the looks of it, he really does seem to have gone mad. Hey! What is he doing by the pool? Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Ji Chun, who was running madly, had stopped in front of a pool nearby. He lay on the ground and stuck his head out to look at the pool. It was as if there was some kind of treasure in the pool. Of course, they didn't think that there would be any treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by someone else. How could Ji Chun possibly have a chance to get it? I'm still me. That's right. I'm still me. But why is the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so slow? Even a person with a red innate spiritual root would not be so slow. What was going on? How could this be? When Ji Chun saw his familiar face reflected in the mirror-like pool, he immediately became restless again. He muttered to himself as if he had gone mad. As it turned out, he thought his soul had entered the body of a person with poor innate talent. However, it seemed like he was still him. He did not possess someone else's body. After going crazy for a while, Ji Chun gradually calmed down. After he calmed down, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. It's him. It must be him. The person who appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Lingtian. Ever since I was knocked out by him, I haven't cultivated for almost 20 days to heal my injuries. Today, as soon as I started cultivating, I realized the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has slowed down. Moreover, it's ridiculously slow. Ji Chun gritted his teeth when he thought of this. Soon after, Ji Chun went to look for a few new disciples and asked them about how he was knocked out that day. He desperately wanted to know what had happened that day. Although the new disciples did not have a good impression of Ji Chun, they did not dare to disobey him since he was the disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. They told Ji Chun everything that had happened that day. Before he knocked me out, Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sight. After Ji Chun learned about what had happened that day from the new disciples, his eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, he recalled what had happened that day. From what I remember, there was a flash of golden light in front of my eyes before I lost consciousness. In other words, Duan Lingtian must have consolidated his territory to block everyone's sight before he knocked me out. Duan Lingtian didn't need to consolidate his territory when he knocked me out. For him to do that, he must have wanted to do something shameful and was afraid of being seen by others. Looks like the reason why my cultivation speed has become so slow is most likely related to him. Chills ran up Ji Chun's spine when he thought of this. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian had done to him, the consequences of Duan Lingtian's actions made him shudder. He felt as though his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed have become so slow? How could his innate spiritual root be so weak? The reason Ji Chun thought of his innate spiritual root at this moment was because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow. It could only mean something was wrong with his innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not know what was wrong with his innate spiritual root. However, he still felt chills running up his spine even though he did not know. In the past, he had never heard of anyone tampering with one's innate spiritual root. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse would not be able to tamper with one's innate spiritual root without harming one's soul even though they could sense one's innate spiritual root. However, At this moment, he could clearly sense his soul was still intact. I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and only used some technique to restrict and seal my innate spiritual root. Otherwise, my life will be ruined. Ji Chun prayed inwardly. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. Duan Lingtian, when my cousin arrives, you'll definitely die a graveless death. At that time, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces before you die and let you taste the greatest pain in the world. Apart from that, I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember their faces. Even if they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they'll definitely die if they stay in the Zoroastrianism after passing the test in the other 3 sanctums. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for knowing you. Hatred rose in Ji Chun's heart. It was like a raging fire that could not be stopped. At this moment, not only did Ji Chun not regret offending Duan Lingtian, but he even wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. As for his innate spiritual root, in his opinion, his master, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, would definitely be able to help him. If my innate spiritual root is really destroyed by you, I won't let your 2 companions die a quick death. I'll cut off their flesh piece by piece and make them watch as I feed their flesh to the dogs. When Ji Chun thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual root being destroyed, he became even more frenzied. I'll go look for my master. After a moment of madness, Ji Chun left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples without any hesitation. He headed to the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for his master. Lian, why are you in such a hurry? Lian frowned when he saw Ji Chun rushing over anxiously. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would definitely not accept this direct disciple who only possessed a green innate spiritual root. However, Lian had promised him something he could not refuse. That was, Lian would make his cousin acknowledge him as his master. According to Lian, his cousin possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. Soon after, his cousin would join Zoroastrianism. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Anyone who possessed a blue innate spiritual root or above could join Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism at any time. This was a rule set by Zoroastrianism since ancient times. Due to this reason, there were many powerhouses in each generation of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone a mere silver flame elder like Lian Li, and had been a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism for over 1,000 years. During this period of time, he had only accepted 3 direct disciples with blue innate spiritual roots. For this reason, when he heard Ji Chun's promise to let his cousin become his disciple, he agreed to Ji Chun's request. In his opinion, Ji Chun's cousin was the only disciple he would acknowledge. As for Ji Chun, he was merely an accessory. Master, please check my innate spiritual root. There's something wrong with my innate spiritual root. Ji Chun panicked when he saw Lian. His heart was filled with anxiety. Innate spiritual root. How can there be something wrong with your innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Ji Chun's words, not only did Lian remain motionless, but he even frowned. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lian knew very well. Even if there was something wrong with the innate spiritual root, the person with the innate spiritual root would not have survived. However, Ji Chun was standing in front of him. Chapter 1919. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of one's soul. Generally speaking, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to touch one's innate spiritual root without affecting one's soul. This was because once one's innate spiritual root was touched, one's soul would be destroyed as well. Unless there was a special technique that targeted one's innate spiritual root. However, such a special technique only existed in legends. At the very least, Lian had never heard of anyone who possessed such a technique. Master, my current speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is slower than a person with a red innate spiritual root. My innate talent seems to have vanished into thin air. Can you help me check if there's really something wrong with my innate spiritual root? Ji Chun explained with a bitter expression on his face when he saw the disbelief on Lian's face. His heart was burning with anxiety as he spoke. What? Lian was shocked when he heard Ji Chun's words. He could tell Ji Chun was not lying. Moreover, he believed Ji Chun would not dare to lie to him. Don't block my divine consciousness. At the same time, Lian's divine consciousness extended and entered Ji Chun's body. His divine consciousness entered Ji Chun's soul. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lian's divine consciousness was able to detect the location of the innate spiritual root. However, when his divine consciousness entered Ji Chun's soul, he did not find anything related to the innate spiritual root at all. In the end, he obtained a shocking answer. There was no innate spiritual root in Ji Chun's soul. How could this be? Lian's eyes widened in shock when he withdrew his divine consciousness. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Ji Chun possessed an innate spiritual root. Not long ago, when Ji Chun had taken the innate talent assessment and tested his innate spiritual root with his spiritual pearl, Lian was present as well. However, his divine consciousness discovered there was no innate spiritual root in Ji Chun's soul. There were only two possibilities. First, Ji Chun's innate spiritual root was not in his soul but somewhere else. Second, Ji Chun's innate spiritual root was gone. In Lian's opinion, both of these possibilities were extremely ridiculous. Firstly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root was not in their soul. Secondly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root would disappear for no reason, especially when the person's soul was still intact. Ji Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Lian fall into a daze after exclaiming in surprise. However, he did not dare to disturb Lian. When he realized that Lian was still in a daze for a long time, he couldn't help but call out, "Mars." However, just as he opened his mouth, Lian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "Test it again." As Lian spoke, a spiritual pearl appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. For some reason, Ji Chun's heart began to tremble when he saw the spiritual pearl. He even had a bad premonition. However, in the end, Ji Chun gritted his teeth and extended his hand to press on the spiritual pearl. In the next moment, Ji Chun held his breath and stared at the spiritual bead in front of him, silently waiting. A breath of time passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths of time passed. About 10 breaths passed. Ji Chun inhaled sharply as he stared at the spiritual pearl in front of him. He was already mentally prepared to receive a blow. Achem. However, Ji Chun was shocked to discover the spiritual pearl did not react even after 10 breaths had passed. "Master, this is..." For a moment, Ji Chun thought the spiritual pearl was broken. However, when he saw Lian had also placed his hand on the spiritual pearl, and the spiritual pearl shone with a green light after 10 breaths passed, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, Ji Chun seemed to have realized something in his heart. He roared in his heart, "No! Impossible! 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 If I'm not mistaken, your innate spiritual root is gone." While Ji Chun was roaring in his heart, Lian spoke in a timely manner and gave Ji Chun the death penalty for his innate spiritual root. Boom! Lian's words completely destroyed Ji Chun's last line of defense. Ji Chun's body turned limp as he fell to the ground. How did this happen? How did this happen? My innate spiritual root is gone. I'm crippled. I'm crippled. After collapsing to the ground, Ji Chun let out a low roar of despair. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. What happened to your innate spiritual root? How did it disappear just like that? Ji Chun finally calmed down when he heard Lian's voice. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian appeared in his mind again. He gritted his teeth as he said, "It's Duan Lingtian. It's him. He destroyed my innate spiritual root." Ji Chun was shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. Lian thought Ji Chun had lost his innate spiritual root due to an accident. However, when he heard Ji Chun's words, he knew he was wrong. His expression changed drastically as he asked in disbelief, Duan Lingtian? It's him. It's him who destroyed my innate spiritual root, Jiyu Chun shouted as he rushed forward and hugged Lian's leg. It was as though he was clutching at a straw. Master, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. I want Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. I want to tear him into a million pieces and burn his bones to ashes. I want to capture his 2 companions and feed their flesh to the dogs. Jiyu Chun continued to shout as though he was venting the pain of losing his innate spiritual root. Losing one's innate spiritual root was equivalent to cutting off one's cultivation path. With his current innate talent that was not even comparable to someone with a red innate spiritual root, he was destined to remain at the early exemplary saint stage forever. How could he accept such a thought? What happened? Tell me. Lian asked in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a great deal of power. It easily drowned out Jiyu Chun's shouting, causing Jiyu Chun to fall silent. Master, Duan Lingtian. Soon after, Jiyu Chun told Li and everything that he had learned from the few new disciples. Apart from that, he also told Li and when he had passed out. It's obvious he's up to something by blocking everyone's sight. This must have something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root, Jiyu Chun added through gritted teeth after he finished telling Li and everything. You're right. It seems like the disappearance of your innate spiritual root must have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Lian's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. Master, you must avenge me. Jiyu Chun looked at Lian with a sorrowful expression. His eyes were filled with pleading and anticipation. Don't worry. As long as we can confirm that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, he'll definitely die. Lian said coldly. Isn't it obvious? Jiyu Chun could not help but frown when he heard Lian's words. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, he felt his arms and legs become lighter. He was brought away from the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum by Lian. They headed to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the west. Duan Lingtian. Lian shouted furiously when they were still some distance away from the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. A voice filled with anger and rolling power swept out like a thunderclap. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the entire residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. All the disciples in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation were instantly alerted. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples walked out of the thatched cottages at the bottom of the Ding house. From afar, there were at least a few thousand of them. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples also walked out of the Bing house at the top. There were at least a few hundred of them. Dozens of people also walked out of the Bing house at the top. As for the Primus house at the top, there was no movement for the time being. What's going on? Who did Duan Lingtian offend again? Why does this voice sound familiar? Since only Lian's voice could be heard, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just walked out of their residences were confused as to what was going on. I can tell. It's Elder Lian's voice. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Bing house seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. Although his voice was not loud, it still alerted many people in the surroundings. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. After a while, all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who walked out of their residences knew who the voice belonged to. It was none other than their Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Lian's status in the Black Turtle Sanctum was only second to the Sanctum leader. What did Duan Lingtian do again? Elder Lian actually came to look for him. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples looked at each other in shock. They did not expect the new disciple to be so valiant. He had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he had already offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Since Elder Lian came to look for him personally, it must be something serious. It seems like Duan Lingtian is in for a bad time. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought so. After a while, Lian appeared with Jiyu Chun under the watchful eyes of the others. At this moment, Lian had already put Jiyu Chun down and allowed him to follow behind him. Although Jiyu Chun was following behind Lian, His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at one of the thousands of Tertius houses. This Bing house was the house that Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, had taken away from him. Lian. Chapter 1920. Why is he here? Upon hearing Lian's voice, Duan Lingtian frowned. He no longer continued to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Up until now, he had already spent 6 months on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. However, after 6 months, he had only managed to scratch the surface of it. Perhaps, just scratching the surface of it would be enough to satisfy the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in it at all. In the past, regardless of whether it was the elementary devouring tactic or the otherworldly celestial, which were both high-grade divine abilities, it did not take him long to successfully comprehend them and master them. However, after spending an entire half a year, he had only managed to comprehend the surface of the Black Tortoise's barrier. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied and dissatisfied. Others were unaware of Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. If those Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had spent so much effort to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier but to no avail learned about Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, they would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, they would want nothing more than to kick him twice to vent the anger in their heart. It seems like it's because of Ji Chun, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. He instantly guessed the reason why Lian came to his door in anger. Based on the current situation, this was the only reason. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed why Lian had come looking for him with ill intentions, he did not seem worried at all when he looked at Duan Lingtian's expression. His expression was calm, as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After putting the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and walked out of the Tertius house. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Tertius house, he noticed several thousand pairs of eyes were trained on him. He instantly became the center of attention. Among them, there were 2 particularly special gazes. When those 2 gazes looked at him, they faintly revealed bone-chilling coldness, and were filled with cold killing intent. Before he could raise his head to look at the owner of these 2 gazes, Duan Lingtian had already guessed who they were. It must be Lian and Ji Chun. The reason Duan Lingtian could easily guess that it was Lian and his disciple was because he did not have any conflicts with anyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum other than Lian and his disciple, let alone someone who hated him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. "Elder Lian, why are you looking for me?" Duan Lingtian leaped into the air. A moment later, he was in the air not far from Lian. He looked at Lian calmly as if nothing had happened. "Duan Lingtian, how dare you?" When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's calmness, Lian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shocking the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not prepared for this at all. Some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with lower cultivation bases were so shocked that their faces turned pale. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was involved, remained calm from the beginning until the end. His expression did not change at all because of Lian's shout. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Duan Lingtian seems to have really angered Elder Lian. "I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years. But this is my first time seeing Elder Lian so angry. I really don't understand what Duan Lingtian has done to make him so angry. We'll find out soon." Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. To them, this was like a good show. "Elder Lian, what do you mean by that? Forgive me for not understanding." Duan Lingtian asked with a puzzled expression on his face as he frowned slightly under the watchful eyes of the others. "Duan Lingtian, stop pretending." At this moment, before Lian could speak, Ji Chun, who was standing behind him, could not help but shout angrily, "You crippled my innate spiritual root, and you're still trying to act dumb?" "Crippled your innate spiritual root?" Upon hearing Jiyu Chun's words, the confused expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared. It was replaced with a strange expression. He immediately looked at Jiyu Chun and sneered. Jiyu Chun, even if you want to slander me, shouldn't you at least find a reasonable reason? Crippling your innate spiritual root. Do you think I, Duan Lingtian, can do that? Do you think we're idiots, or do you think Elder Lian is an idiot? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Jiyu Chun as though he was looking at an idiot. You, Jiyu Chun became even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian refuse to admit it. This made him even angrier. At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian looking at him as though he was an idiot, but even the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were looking at him as though he was an idiot as well. Jiyu Chun said Duan Lingtian crippled his innate spiritual root. What a joke! Who doesn't know the innate spiritual root is hidden in the depths of one's soul? If one wants to touch the innate spiritual root, one must touch the soul. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse can't cripple a person's innate spiritual root without destroying his soul. He doesn't even know how to lie. Does Jiyu Chun really think we're idiots like him? Even if he wants to slander Duan Lingtian, he should find a reasonable reason. How ridiculous. Elder Lian, you're here for this? Don't tell me he believes Jiyu Chun's words. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them believed Jiyu Chun's words. What he said went against all common sense. At the same time, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Lian strangely. Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Since they were from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that they did not dare to say anything about him. After all, there was only one Duan Lingtian. Although they did not dare to say it out loud, some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were familiar with each other began to discuss among themselves through voice transmissions. If Elder Lian really believes Jiyu Chun, he's an idiot like him. I don't think Elder Lian will believe Jiyu Chun. If he doesn't believe him, why did he come in such a menacing manner as though he wants to get even with Duan Lingtian? Perhaps he's just looking for an excuse to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Although we don't think Duan Lingtian would destroy Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root, we don't think Duan Lingtian would do that. However, if Duan Lingtian's accusation is confirmed, it would mean he has violated the Zoroastrianism's rule. This is also considered as crippling a fellow disciple. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If he confirms Duan Lingtian's accusation, he'll have a legitimate reason to kill Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Lian is so ruthless. Similar discussions spread among the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples through voice transmissions. At this moment, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Lian. They finally realized how ruthless the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder was. This Silver Flame Elder was really capable of doing anything to achieve his goal. At the same time, the pity in their eyes intensified when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Many people sighed inwardly. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian finally spoke. His voice was cold as he said, I know you won't admit that you destroyed my disciple's innate spiritual root, but it's true that my direct disciple, Jiyu Chun, has lost his innate spiritual root. Lord Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum has personally confirmed this matter. When Lian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Lian's words stunned the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Lian would bring up the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Sanctum Leader was a supreme being. If Lian was lying, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the Sanctum Leader. The Sanctum Leader would definitely not let him go. It was precisely because of this that they vaguely realized that what Lian said was probably true. Jiyu Chun had indeed lost his innate spiritual root. How's this possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to save someone's life after destroying their innate spiritual root. However, since Elder Lian brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, there's no doubt this matter is true. What's going on? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian really destroyed Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Du and Lingtian in unison. A hint of fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian was indeed quite capable. With just a few words, he managed to turn everyone's attention to Du and Lingtian. Even if Du and Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Lian's methods were brilliant. Elder Lian, since you've brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, although I'm still unwilling to believe that Jiyu Chun has lost his innate spiritual root, I have no choice but to believe it. While everyone was looking at Du and Lingtian looked at Lian and said solemnly, I believe Elder Lian won't joke about Lord Sanctum Leader. Lord Sanctum Leader is the Sanctum Leader of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, I won't joke about him. Lian smirked. If it was not for the fact that he had to kill Du and Lingtian, he would not waste his breath on Du and Lingtian at all. Even if that's the case, how can Elder Lian say that I, Du and Lingtian, was the one who destroyed Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root? Chapter 1921. With my current cultivation base, I can't sense the existence of an innate spiritual root with my divine consciousness. Even if I can sense the existence of an innate spiritual root, do you think I can destroy Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root without killing him, Elder Lian? Based on what I know, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to say he can destroy someone's innate spiritual root without harming that person's soul. Du and Lingtian's words were reasonable. End. Du and Lingtian did not wait for Lian's reply before he continued to say angrily, Elder Lian, I know you're dissatisfied with me for killing the son of your best friend, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. That's why you're looking for me to seek revenge. If you want to seek revenge, you can just kill me. Why do you have to think of ways to slander me and take revenge on me in a roundabout way? Swoosh. Lian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Du and Lingtian would say such words in front of so many people. He realized he was in a passive position now that Du and Lingtian had turned the tables on him. Lian's expression was dark as he spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, Du and Lingtian interrupted him. Although I don't know if your direct disciple Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root is really destroyed or not, even if his innate spiritual root is really destroyed, you should still kill him and slander me. That way, perhaps there will be people who will believe you, Elder Lian. Du and Lingtian seemed to be reminding Lian out of goodwill, but in truth, he was mocking Lian's expression changed again. He glared at Du and Lingtian as though his eyes were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, Du and Lingtian would have died many times over. The thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples nodded in agreement when they heard Du and Lingtian's words. That was right. If Lian came looking for Du and Lingtian after killing Jiyu Chun and slandering Du and Lingtian to take revenge on Du and Lingtian, they might believe Lian even more. Lian slandered Du and Lingtian for destroying Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root, but Jiyu Chun was still alive. This was undoubtedly a bad plan to seek revenge on Du and Lingtian. The best plan was to kill Jiyu Chun and use his death to slander Du and Lingtian. However, Lian did not use the best plan, but the worst plan. Was this not an insult to their intelligence? Although they were only playing the role of bystanders in the whole matter, they were not stupid. They still had the basic ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Du and Lingtian, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiyu Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Du and Lingtian had shifted the focus of the public's attention to his master, claiming the moral high ground and gaining the upper hand. He shouted in embarrassment and anger, Brother Lingtian, he shouted furiously, you're the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. If it wasn't for you, why did you use your territory to block other people's view when you knocked me out? If you're not guilty, then what are you doing? As soon as Jiyu Chun finished speaking, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were puzzled. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had witnessed the conflict between Du and Lingtian and Jiyu Chun. They remembered Du and Lingtian had indeed used his territory to block their view. For that reason, they did not see Du and Lingtian and Jiyu Chun for quite some time. They had no idea what Du and Lingtian was doing in his territory. Don't tell me Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root was really destroyed by Du and Lingtian. The few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene that day began to doubt their beliefs. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Jiyu Chun continued to say, "Apart from that, I dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath about my innate spiritual root being destroyed." As Jiyu Chun spoke, he pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air. At the same time, he began to recite the oath in front of everyone. "If my innate spiritual root is not destroyed, I'm willing to be struck by the 99 heavenly tribulation until I die." Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, and the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. Since Jiyu Chun did not attract any lightning punishment, it was clear he was not lying. His innate spiritual root was indeed destroyed. At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene no longer had any doubts. His innate spiritual root is really destroyed. At this moment, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally confirmed that Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root had indeed been destroyed. He and his master, Li An, were not lying. "Now, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that my innate spiritual root is really destroyed." After Jiyu Chun swore on the lightning penalty oath, he looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely and said coldly, "Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't destroy my innate spiritual root? Do you dare to swear on it?" As soon as Jiyu Chun finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood side by side with Lian. He stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. At once, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. Does Duan Lingtian dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I think so. After all, with his cultivation base, it's impossible for him to destroy Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. What if he doesn't dare to swear on it? Then, it means he's guilty. Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root, they began to doubt Jiyu Chun's unyielding attitude. If Jiyu Chun dared to stand next to him in front of so many people, Lian would definitely be furious and would reprimand Jiyu Chun for being so disrespectful. However, at this moment, not only was Lian not angry, but he was also secretly impressed by the quick-wittedness of this direct disciple whom he did not like. Based on the current situation, everything that this direct disciple of his had done had already reversed the situation where they had lost the upper hand. It had allowed them to once again take the initiative from being passive to being proactive. This made him feel extremely comfortable. He felt as though the haze in his heart had disappeared. At this moment, Lian found this direct disciple much more pleasing to the eye. "Swear on the lightning penalty oath that I didn't destroy your innate spiritual root." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Jiyu Chun, don't you think it's unnecessary for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath?" "What? You don't dare to swear on it?" Jiyu Chun sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "If you don't dare to swear on it, it means you have a guilty conscience. It's equivalent to admitting that you destroyed my innate spiritual root. Destroying my innate spiritual root is equivalent to severing my cultivation path. It's no different from crippling me." Duan Lingtian, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, I'm sure you know the punishment for destroying a fellow disciple. As soon as Jiyu Chun finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from Lian's body. As the aura rose, it silently locked onto Duan Lingtian. "I think you're the one who doesn't dare to swear on it." However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused the terrifying aura that rose from Lian's body to dissipate completely. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly say such words to Jiyu Chun. "I don't dare to swear on it." Why wouldn't I dare to swear on it? Duan Lingtian, there are so many people watching. Don't even think about changing the topic. Jiyu Chun sneered. "I've already said it's unnecessary for you to ask me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Since you keep saying I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, you can swear on a lightning penalty oath to confirm that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. As long as you're not killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. If you're killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that you're lying," Duan Lingtian said firmly as he looked at Jiyu Chun. His expression remained unchanged as thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at him skeptically. His words were flawless. Since Ji Chun had asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had also suggested Ji Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath. These two lightning penalty oaths seemed to have the same meaning. It would prove that Ji Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It was just that the person swearing on the lightning penalty oath had changed. Whoosh! Horror dawned on Ji Chun's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to turn the tables on him in such a manner. Duan Lingtian actually asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although the lightning penalty oath seemed to have the same meaning, he did not dare to swear on it himself. This was because up until now, he had only guessed that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. Even if he felt there was a 99% chance that Duan Lingtian was the one who did it, there was still a 1% chance of uncertainty. This concerned his life. Even if there was only a 1% chance of uncertainty, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that Duan Lingtian suggested. Duan Lingtian, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. This time, it's your turn to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Ji Chun could only resort to sophistry. Sophistry? As soon as Ji Chun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian smirked. Ji Chun, you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Now that we're faced with a problem that can be solved by either of us swearing on the lightning penalty oath, you should be the one to swear on the lightning penalty oath since you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. No matter what, it's not my turn to do it. Unless you know I'm not the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, that's why you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face grew wider. From the moment Duan Lingtian asked Ji Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had already made a huge gamble. The stake of this gamble was his own life and fortune. If he lost the bet, he would die. If he won the bet, he would live. He was betting that Ji Chun would not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Naturally, Duan Lingtian dared to make this bet because he was 100% certain that Duan Lingtian did not possess the innate spiritual root. Not only did Ji Chun not know that he had devoured Ji Chun's innate spiritual root, but he also didn't dare to confirm it. From the beginning until the end, it was only a guess without any evidence. Chapter 1922. Duan Lingtian is right. That's right. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Ji Chun who swears on the lightning penalty oath according to Ji Chun's request, the outcome is enough to prove whether Ji Chun has crippled his innate spiritual root or not. However, based on the current situation, it seems like Ji Chun doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. That's right. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to question Ji Chun. They could see it. When Duan Lingtian asked Ji Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to his request, not only did Ji Chun hesitate, but he even accused Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he was the one who took the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, he was the one who backed out at the most crucial moment. What else could it be other than having a guilty conscience? For the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene, whether it was Duan Lingtian who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Ji Chun's request or Ji Chun who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request, the outcome would be the same. However, since Ji Chun was the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath, they subconsciously felt it was most appropriate for Ji Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. As soon as the voices that questioned Ji Chun appeared, it was like a river that could not be stopped. Ji Chun did not expect this at all. At this moment, he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Ji Chun, did you hear that? All our senior brothers and junior sisters think it's most appropriate for you to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath, everyone will know the truth. At that time, if you're not killed by the lightning penalty, we'll know that you're not lying and that I'm the one who crippled your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Chun mockingly. The feeling of being able to turn the tables on Ji Chun was something he had never felt before. Ji Chun, don't you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Stand. Why don't you do it? When Ji Chun heard the words of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and how Duan Ling Tian had turned the tables on him, his face turned pale. His heart was in a mess. Although he really wanted Duan Ling Tian to die at the hands of his master, Lian, he had no choice but to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not know if Duan Ling Tian had destroyed his innate spiritual root. After all, he was not 100% sure that it was not Duan Ling Tian who had destroyed his innate spiritual root. In this bizarre world, things were happening at every moment, and there was no lack of unexplainable things. Perhaps, the disappearance of his innate spiritual root was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. If that was the case, and he swore on the lightning penalty oath, he would definitely die. Although he no longer had his innate spiritual root and would most likely be stuck in the same spot in the future, it did not mean that he no longer cherished his life. So much so that he cherished his life more than ever. This was because he could no longer raise his cultivation base, and his lifespan had been fixed. He could no longer prolong his life by raising his cultivation base. In other words, every day he lived was equivalent to having one less day. For this reason, he did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Ling Tian had requested. He was afraid of dying. What if the disappearance of his innate spiritual root had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian? If that was the case, would he not die in vain? Ji Chun is really feeling guilty. It seems like he's the one who's slandering Duan Ling Tian from the beginning. Duan Ling Tian did not destroy his innate spiritual root at all. To think that I almost believed him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves again. When Ji Chun heard their words, his expression turned pale. He was rendered speechless. Didn't you say that Duan Ling Tian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root? Why are you the one who's afraid at such a critical moment? Lian's expression turned grave when he saw Ji Chun had messed up the situation again. He looked at Ji Chun and said through voice transmission, "Don't you think a 90% chance of success is worth a gamble? Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian is just putting on an act to scare you so you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If you're right, Duan Ling Tian will be finished." Lian's words were filled with persuasion and temptation. A 90% chance of success. He would take the gamble. If he won, he would live, and Duan Ling Tian would die. Ji Chun's eyes lit up when he heard Lian's words. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, when Ji Chun had made up his mind and was about to swear on the lightning penalty oath as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an indomitable spirit, Duan Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Duan Ling Tian was the first to speak. He said lazily, "How boring. Ji Chun, if you think you're at a disadvantage by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as you. What do you think? You should be willing to do that, right?" Boom. Ji Chun, who had made up his mind, felt as though he was struck by lightning when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Duan Ling Tian's confidence and Duan Ling Tian's indifference had completely destroyed the confidence he had built up with great difficulty. In his opinion, if Duan Ling Tian destroyed his innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian would definitely swear on the lightning penalty oath. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as him, let alone take the initiative to do so. However, Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to do so because he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Ji Chun's confidence was instantly shattered. He must have sensed that you're going to burn your boats, so he chose to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Agree to swear on the lightning penalty oath with him, Lian reminded Ji Chun when he saw through the situation. However, the confidence that Ji Chun had painstakingly built up was already shattered. How could he possibly listen to Lian? He felt Lian was using him to make a bet. If he won, Duan Ling Tian would die. If he lost, Lian would not lose anything. With this thought in mind, how could he possibly agree to Duan Ling Tian's request? Yes. You didn't destroy my innate spiritual root. You didn't destroy it. I was careless when I was cultivating. I don't know how I destroyed it. Jiyu Chun's heart trembled when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, and he hastily said, "Whoosh." Jiyu Chun's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect the truth would be revealed. As expected, Jiyu Chun is slandering Duan Ling Tian. Humph. I've long seen that Jiyu Chun isn't a good person. He's really tricked Elder Lian this time. Several thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people felt Jiyu Chun had slandered Duan Ling Tian under Lian's instructions. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He knew his plan of retreating by advancing had worked. Earlier, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Jiyu Chun because he had been paying attention to Jiyu Chun's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw the determination on Jiyu Chun's face as though he had made a decision, he knew Jiyu Chun was going to burn his boats. He really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Jiyu Chun. This was because he was the one who destroyed Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. To be more precise, he was the one who swallowed it. When Duan Ling Tian heard Jiyu Chun's words, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he realized he had made the right bet. He had become the final winner. Lian's expression turned grave when he heard Jiyu Chun's words. When he heard Jiyu Chun's words, he knew there was no way he would be able to win. His plan of using this opportunity to get rid of Duan Ling Tian had gone down the drain due to the presence of Jiyu Chun, this pig of a teammate. Humph. Lian glanced at Jiyu Chun coldly and snorted before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Jiyu Chun at all. It was obvious he was furious. Jiyu Chun, next time, if you want to slander me with your master, you better come up with a good excuse. Your excuse this time is too lousy. It's full of flaws. Duan Ling Tian, who was the final winner, was in high spirits. After he finished speaking to Jiyu Chun, he turned around and descended from the sky to return to his Tertius house. Jiyu Chun was so angry that his body trembled when he saw Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. His eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips dug deep into his palms. Although he was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to feel anything. The thousands of mocking gazes that were trained on him almost drove him mad. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. As long as my cousin comes, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Jiyu Chun knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian now that his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Since he could not seek revenge himself, he placed all his hopes on his cousin who was about to arrive. Right now, he saw his cousin as his last hope. Subsequently, it was peaceful for a month. After a month, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was a travel-worn middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately stopped by a patrol team led by a bronze flame elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The bronze flame elder shouted in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was tall and had an ordinary appearance. He carried a long saber on his back. As he stood there, he looked like a towering iron tower. My name is Jiyu Long. I'm here to join the Zoroastrianism. The middle-aged man's expression did not change even when he was faced with the bronze flame elder. Then, the bronze flame elder took out a spiritual pearl that could be used to test one's innate spiritual root. After the test, it was determined the middle-aged man possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chapter 1923. There was an ironclad rule in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root or above would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage as long as they cultivated diligently. The Saint Celestial stage was the last stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage were those who stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Brother Jiyu Long, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who possess a blue innate spiritual root or above can join the Zoroastrianism without taking the test. Those who have just joined the Zoroastrianism will usually stay in the four symbols sanctums first. The bronze flame elder's attitude became even more enthusiastic when he discovered Jiyu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When the Bronze Flame Elder reached the end of his sentence, he even took the initiative to recommend, "Our Black Turtle Sanctum is one of the 4 symbol sanctums. The number 1 defensive martial tactic, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is in our Black Turtle Sanctum. Why don't you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum first, Brother Jiyu Long?" The moment he finished speaking, he looked at Jiyu Long expectantly, hoping Jiyu Long would stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Jiyu Long stayed in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would be able to recommend this martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root to the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He believed the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum would be interested in Jiyu Long and might even take him in as his direct disciple. At that time, as long as the Sanctum leader was happy, he would definitely benefit greatly. "I'll go to whichever sanctum my cousin is in," Jiyu Long said indifferently, ignoring the Bronze Flame Elder's enthusiasm. He was a genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He had great potential. His future achievements would not be something this Bronze Flame Elder could compare to. Due to this reason, Jiyu Long was very casual when he spoke to this Bronze Flame Elder. The Bronze Flame Elder, who thought Jiyu Long would agree to his request, was stunned when he heard Jiyu Long's words. He asked, "May I know who your cousin is, Brother Jiyu Long?" "His name is Jiyu Chun, and he possesses a green innate spiritual root. 2 months ago, he came to participate in the assessment of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If I'm not mistaken, he should have become the disciple of one of the 4 symbols sanctums Silver Flame Elders. I came to the Zoroastrianism with the intention of becoming the disciple of one of the Silver Flame Elders." When Jiyu Chun was mentioned, a rare wisp of doting appeared in the depths of Jiyu Long's unruly and fearless eyes. A few months ago, before Jiyu Long and Jiyu Chun decided to come to Zoroastrianism, they had agreed that they would take the same person as their teacher when they came to Zoroastrianism. In order to take care of his cousin Jiyu Chun, Jiyu Long did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to become the disciple of a Golden Flame Elder. He told Jiyu Chun to find a Silver Flame Elder and become his disciple after he entered the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If that Silver Flame Elder did not like Jiyu Chun could use him. He believed that as long as he was willing to become the disciple of a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism, that Silver Flame Elder would definitely give him face and accept Jiyu Chun as his disciple. His confidence came from his innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root. The blue innate spiritual root was the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. It was a bargaining chip that no Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism could refuse. "Why you re Jiyu Chun's cousin?" The Bronze Flame Elder could not help but widen his eyes when he heard Jiyu Long's words. At the same time, a shocked expression appeared on his face as though he had just learned something shocking. Naturally, he had heard of Jiyu Chun before. The 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit disciples once every 3 years. The most recent recruitment was less than 2 months ago. This time, among the few Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, only Li Yan had accepted a direct disciple. Due to this reason, the group of Bronze Flame Elders, including him, found it strange. Elder Li Yan was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He had always had high standards. Although he had accepted 3 direct disciples in the past, all 3 of them were martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. When they learned that Li Yan had accepted Jiyu Chun, a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root, as his direct disciple, they were puzzled. They could not figure out why Li Yan's standards had changed so much. However, when he saw Jiyu Long and heard his words, he immediately had an answer in his heart. No wonder Elder Li Yan accepted Jiyu Chun as his direct disciple. As it turns out, he accepted Jiyu Chun because of Jiyu Long. This was the answer in the Bronze Flame Elder's heart. Jiyu Long was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. If he was willing to accept Li Yan as his master, Li Yan would, naturally, not mind accepting Jiyu Chun as his disciple for Jiyu Long's sake. At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elder sighed in disappointment. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to recommend this person to the Sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Perhaps, the Sanctum leader might be interested in a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but it was not to the point where he would lower himself to compete with a Silver Flame Elder under his command. unless the person was a monstrous genius who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. However, a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root who could even tempt the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the Silver Flame Elder, would not be so presumptuous as to accept such a person as his disciple. What? Elder, you know my cousin? Ji Long asked with a glint in his eyes when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words and saw the surprised expression on his face. Yes. The Bronze Flame Elder nodded. Your cousin is currently a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Elder Li and Elder Lian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder? Ji Long nodded inwardly when he heard this. It seemed like his cousin had good taste. He actually managed to become a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. However, your cousin is currently in a bad condition. The Bronze Flame Elder continued to say. The Bronze Flame Elder said as he carefully glanced at Ji Long. A month ago, news of what happened in the residence of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had spread throughout the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Four Symbols Sanctums, and even the Saint Land. It was none other than Ji Long. For some reason, Ji Chun, the new direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, had lost his innate spiritual root. It had disappeared without a trace. Ji Chun's soul was fine even though his innate spiritual root was gone. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to do that. For this reason, this matter had become an unsolved case in the Four Symbols Sanctums since a month ago. Ji Chun's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism because of this. Naturally, if Ji Chun had a choice, he would rather not have such a reputation. This was because the price of such a reputation was too high. Without an innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for one's cultivation base to improve for the rest of one's life. It was equivalent to ruining one's life. What happened to my cousin? Upon hearing the Bronze Flame Elder's words, Ji Long realized something had happened to his cousin. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Although Ji Chun was only his cousin, in his heart, Ji Chun was more important than his own younger brother. He had lost his parents when he was young. It was Ji Chun's father who raised him. Later on, Ji Chun's father had died in an accident to save him. From then on, he had played the role of a father and brother to Ji Chun. Naturally, he panicked when he learned something had happened to Ji Chun. I'll send you to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Let's talk about Ji Chun as we walk. After the Bronze Flame Elder asked the patrolling disciples behind him to leave, he brought Ji Long to the west of the Black Turtle Sanctum. That was where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples lived. This is the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Along the way, the Bronze Flame Elder gave Ji Long the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Elder, what happened to my cousin? Even when Ji Long reached out to take the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he did not look away from the Bronze Flame Elder. A hint of worry could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His innate spiritual root is gone, the Bronze Flame Elder said with a sigh. His innate spiritual root was gone. When Ji Long heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. Horror dawned on him as his eyes turned red. A ruthless aura began to emanate from his body. His innate spiritual root is gone? Ji Long asked in a hoarse voice after a long while. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. What happened? How did his innate spiritual root disappear just like that? Who did it? Naturally, Ji Long knew what it meant to have his innate spiritual root disappear. For this reason, he could imagine how desperate his cousin must be right now. I don't know exactly how it disappeared. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Even Ji Chun doesn't know about it. Upon hearing Ji Long's words, the Bronze Flame Elder was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. He doesn't know about it either. Ji Long was dumbfounded. The ruthless aura on his body disappeared immediately. Initially, he thought his cousin's innate spiritual root was stolen by someone, and that was why he was so angry. However, when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, he felt helpless. Under the Bronze Flame Elder's lead, Ji Long arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. After the Bronze Flame Elder learned about Jiyu Chun's Tertius house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he bade farewell to Jiyu Long and left. Jiyu Long, on the other hand, stepped on the air and landed outside the Tertius house. Who's he? I don't think he's familiar. The Bronze Flame Elder brought him here. It seems like he's here to look for Jiyu Chun. Jiyu Long's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Jiyu Long knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened. Brother. When Jiyu Chun opened the door and saw Jiyu Long, his originally pale face lit up immediately. It was as though he had seen his last hope. He pounced on Jiyu Long excitedly and hugged him tightly. Brother. You must avenge me. You must avenge me. Before Jiyu Long could say anything, Jiyu Chun spoke again. His voice was filled with hysteria and madness. Chapter 1924. Revenge. Jiyu Long was stunned when he heard Jiyu Chun's words. Then, he pushed Jiyu Chun away and asked with a grave expression, "Little Chun, what happened? Is your innate spiritual root really gone?" "Brother, it's true. My innate spiritual root is really gone," Jiyu Chun said with a sorrowful expression on his face. It was as though his words had hit a sore spot. That's an innate spiritual root. How could it be gone just like that? Moreover, you asked me to avenge you earlier. Avenge what? Jiyu Long furrowed his brows in confusion. According to the Bronze Flame Elder, even his cousin did not know how he lost his innate spiritual root. If that was the case, how could he seek revenge? Who would he seek revenge from? Brother, I suspect that Duan Lingtian is the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. However, I don't have any evidence, so I'm not 100% certain he's the one who did it. However, if he didn't do it, I really can't think of a reason why my innate spiritual root would disappear just like that. Jiyu Chun told Jiyu Long about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He also told Jiyu Long everything that had happened between him and Duan Lingtian. I still think he's the most suspicious. I have a strong feeling that he has something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. After saying those words, Jiyu Chun clenched his fists tightly. His expression was ferocious as he spoke through gritted teeth. Casting his territory to block others' sight. Based on what you said, I'm 90% sure he's the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. Jiyu Long's eyes flashed coldly. After a moment of silence, he continued to speculate. He must have mastered some unimaginable technique that can destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul. However, to ordinary people, even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul at the same time. For this reason, nobody suspected him at all. When Jiyu Long reached the end of his sentence, a cold killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in the surroundings to turn colder. If Duan Lingtian was here and heard Jiyu Long's words, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Although Jiyu Long did not guess completely correctly, he was close to the truth. That's very likely the case. However, a month ago, I didn't dare to gamble on the lightning penalty oath. I was worried that if it wasn't him, I would be killed by the lightning penalty. Brother, am I a coward? Are you disappointed? In front of Jiyu Long, Jiyu Chun was like a child. No. Xiao Chun was not a coward. Xiao Chun did that just in case. Xiao Chun did the right thing. Hearing Jiyu Chun's words, Jiyu Long immediately shook his head. Between the flashes of lightning, a strand of frightening cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it seemed to be choosing to devour people. Of course, such a frightening cold light was not directed at Jiyu Chun. His target was the Duan Lingtian whom he had yet to meet. Brother. I want that Duan Lingtian to die. Jiyu Long's arrival swept away Jiyu Chun's dispirited look. His eyes shone coldly as killing intent surged out of them. His face was distorted as though he hated Duan Lingtian for killing his father or snatching his wife. Don't worry, he won't live. As Jiyu Long spoke coldly, he casually changed into the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform that the Bronze Flame Elder had given him earlier. Wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform meant he had officially become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. To be more precise, he was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in Zoroastrianism. Brother, Zoroastrianism has strict rules. We have to think of a way to get rid of that Duan Lingtian once and for all without violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. It's not worth it to sacrifice ourselves for him. After taking a deep breath, Jiyu Chun said with a cold expression on his face. There's no need for that. However, when Jiyu Long heard Jiyu Chun's words, he immediately rejected it in a domineering manner. When Jiyu Long saw Jiyu Chun looking at him with a confused expression, he calmly said, "Little Chun, don't forget that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Even if I violate the Zoroastrianism's rules and kill that Duan Lingtian, I won't be able to get rid of him. Do you think the fire worship sect would let your brother pay with his life for an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root? Of course not." Jiyu Chun shook his head without any hesitation. What a joke. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root was not someone a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root could compare to at all. Even if the former killed the latter, the Zoroastrianism would not destroy the former for the sake of the latter. At most, they would punish the former symbolically. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in the future. It would not be difficult for him to become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. Among the golden flame elders in Zoroastrianism, there were 3 golden flame elders who only possessed blue innate spiritual roots. Why would they destroy a future silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder for a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? It was impossible for Zoroastrianism to do such a thing. If I don't wear the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll be different. It'll be equivalent to an outsider challenging the entire Zoroastrianism. I'll definitely die. Now that I've changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, even if I kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll just be killing a fellow disciple. It'll just be a violation of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Jiyu Long continued to say, as long as I show my worth, the Zoroastrianism won't make me pay with my life for Duan Lingtian. At most, they'll punish me symbolically. Jiyu Long's words were filled with confidence. Little Chun, which Tertius house is that Duan Lingtian staying in? When Jiyu Long spoke again, he turned around and soared into the air. His eyes were cold as he looked at the thousands of Tertius houses in the surroundings. This person is also a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the distance did not hear the conversation between Jiyu Long and Jiyu Chun, they could tell the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Not only that, but Jiyu Long had also changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in front of them. I've never seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? A newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? Doesn't that mean he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? It said that only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots and above have this privilege. Don't tell me he's a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, their gazes turned extremely heated as they looked at Jiyu Long, who was soaring into the air. At the same time, they could clearly feel the killing intent emitting from Jiyu Long's body. What's he trying to do? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt chills running down their spines. They were frightened by the killing intent on Jiyu Long's body. Brother, that house. Then, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Jiyu Chun's voice. At the same time, they saw Jiyu Chun soaring into the air with Jiyu Long and pointing at a Tertius house in the distance. That Tertius house. Isn't that the Tertius house that Duan Lingtian stays in? Many people recognized the Tertius house that Jiyu Chun was pointing at was Duan Lingtian's house. At the same time, they realized the killing intent Jiyu Long was emitting was directed at Duan Lingtian. Jiyu Chun addressed him as brother. His Jiyu Chun's brother? Soon after, some people's attention shifted to the way Jiyu Chun addressed Jiyu Long. It caused an uproar again. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect this person to be Jiyu Chun's brother. At the same time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the Tertius house that Jiyu Chun was pointing at. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huolaro said that there's someone outside who wants to harm me. Duan Lingtian had heard Huolaro's warning, so he had stopped cultivating and left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After putting the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he clearly sensed 2 cold gazes piercing through the sky and landing on his body. The gazes were filled with extreme killing intent. It's Jiyu Chun and Li Yan again? This was Duan Lingtian's guess before he raised his head. When he raised his head and looked at the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes, he discovered one of them was actually Jiyu Chun. One of them was indeed Jiyu Chun. However, the other person was not Li Yan. It was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. At this moment, the killing intent that surged out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's body had shifted from the Tertius house behind him to him. It was obvious the other party's target was him. Who's he? When Ling Tian saw the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple standing next to Jiyu Chun, he could not help but feel puzzled. Brother, it's him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Jiyu Chun's angry voice. Jiyu Chun was talking to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. Jiyu Chun's brother? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was Jiyu Chun's brother. It was no wonder he would target him. However, Jiyu Chun actually has a brother in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian thought Jiyu Chun's brother had long been a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It did not cross his mind that Jiyu Chun's brother had just joined the Zoroastrianism sect today. It did not cross his mind that Jiyu Chun's brother was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. You're Duan Lingtian? As soon as Jiyu Chun finished speaking, Jiyu Long's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a cold and deep voice. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly when he sensed Jiyu Long's killing intent. Naturally, he did not hold back. You're really arrogant. Jiyu Long's expression turned grave. As he sneered, he raised his hand at lightning speed and unsheathed the long saber on his back. I'd like to see if you're qualified to be arrogant. Chapter 1925. Buzz. The sound of a saber chiming resonated in the air. After Jiyu Long drew the long saber from his back, he slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. The saber ray shone brightly like a bright moon in the sky. Everyone, please search for the complete picture. Swish. In the next instant, a saber ray that was hundreds of meters long directly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but it also swept toward Duan Lingtian in an unparalleled manner. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been sucked away. Only the sound of the saber chiming could be heard. Swish. Swish, 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 swish. Horror dawned on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Jiyu Chun's brother to be so bold as to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He had completely disregarded the rules of Zoroastrianism. Was he seeking death? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively had the same thought. It was a felony to kill a fellow disciple in Zoroastrianism. Swish. At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were not the only ones who were horrified. Even Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he did not expect Jiyu Chun's brother would attack him. Moreover, judging from his opponent's stance, it was obvious he wanted to kill him. Golden Crow's wings. In the face of the gigantic saber ray that was falling from the sky and approaching him in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted in his heart. The Sun Saint energy in the 99 Saint veins in his body began to circulate rapidly. The Sun Saint energy flowed through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. It consolidated into a pair of gigantic wings that seemed to be made of flames. This was the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered, the Golden Crow's wings. Boom! When the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, it instantly caused the air to tremble. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, causing the air to almost be sucked out. Swoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body shot out like a cannonball, almost brushing past the huge blade light descending from the sky. The speed of the blade light and the vast amount of saint power contained within it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if Jiyu Chun's brother was not at the quintessential saint stage, he was definitely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Otherwise, a casual swing of the saber would not be so terrifying. Boom. Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing Jiyu Chun's brother's cultivation base with lingering fear, he heard another loud boom. It sounded like something had collapsed. It was the third-grade house that he lived in. It was directly slashed into two halves by the saber and collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to fill the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Jiyu Long's attack to Duan Lingtian dodging Jiyu Long's saber to the collapse of the third-grade house that Duan Lingtian lived in. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples only regained their senses when the third-grade house collapsed. What's going on? What's going on? The commotion caused by Jiyu Long was huge. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples came out of their respective residences in shock. All of them had a confused expression on their faces. However, as soon as they came out, they quickly learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present. Jiyu Chun's brother? He's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? He directly killed Duan Lingtian the moment he saw him? Is he ignoring the Zoroastrianism's rule? Isn't he afraid of death? If he killed Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely die according to the Zoroastrianism's rule. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just come out of their respective residences were shocked. When they discussed among themselves, they kept mentioning the Zoroastrianism's rule. They were shocked that Jiyu Chun's brother had ignored the Zoroastrianism's rule. Is Jiyu Chun's brother not afraid of death? Even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present regained their senses at this moment. When they looked at Jiyu Long who was next to Jiyu Chun again, their eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how they looked at it, they could not tell Jiyu Long was someone who was not afraid of death. What gave him the courage to ignore the Zoroastrianism's rule? No wonder my cousin can't do anything to you. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me, Jiyu Long. That slash just now was just a casual slash of mine. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Jiyu Long continued to look at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Jiyu Long? His name is Jiyu Long. I've never heard of him before. Since when did our Black Turtle Sanctum have such a person? Earlier, I think he was personally sent here by a Bronze Flame Elder. That Bronze Flame Elder seems to be very polite to him. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who just arrived today. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Jiyu Long again. Some of them speculated solemnly, if this Jiyu Long really just arrived at our Zoroastrianism today, doesn't that mean he's a martial genius with an innate spiritual root who possesses a blue innate spiritual root or above? That's possible. In our Zoroastrianism, only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots or above can come here whenever they want. This Jiyu Long is most likely a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. A blue innate spiritual root. That's a pass to enter the Saint Celestial stage. If this Jiyu Long really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll be able to become a Silver Flame Elder in our Zoroastrianism at the very least. That's right. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he might even be able to become a Golden Flame Elder if he works hard in the future. Another round of whispers broke out again. In the end, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene confirmed one thing. Jiyu Long was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, then everything makes sense. He dares to disregard the rules of our Zoroastrianism because of his innate talent. With his innate talent, even if he kills the Duan Lingtian, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him to avenge the Duan Lingtian. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple suddenly chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the surroundings were enlightened. That's right. A martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root is the target of our Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he's killed by someone with a blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him. At most, we'll just punish him symbolically. It's not a big deal at all. In this case, even if Jiyu Long kills the Duan Lingtian, nothing will happen to him? Theoretically, yes. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble. The whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples naturally entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. To be more precise, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. You possess a blue innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Jiyu Long and stared at him intently. If someone were to look closely at Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would be able to see that there was a burning desire in Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a gleam of burning brilliance. It was as though he had seen some sort of treasure. Duan Lingtian, are you afraid now that you know my cousin possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Before Jiyu Long could speak, Jiyu Chun had already laughed out loud. His face was filled with joy as though he was elated. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said something that was inconvenient for him to say. Duan Lingtian, my brother possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules and kills you, the sect will only punish him symbolically at most. It's not a big deal at all. Do you regret offending me, Jiyu Chun? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending me, Duan Lingtian. Jiyu Chun's tone was filled with pride when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, the smile on his face soon froze when he realized Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to him at all. He did not even look at him. Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on his cousin, Jiyu Long, from the beginning until the end. Blue innate spiritual root. Good. Very good. Very good. Nobody knew how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He was extremely excited because Jiyu Long possessed the intermediate and high-grade innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. Blue innate spiritual root. If I can devour his blue innate spiritual root, even if I lose some of it, my innate spiritual root will definitely transform into a green innate spiritual root. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian looked at Jiyu Long as though he was looking at a treasure. As it turned out, he was eyeing Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. From the moment Jiyu Long made a move to kill him, he would not rest until one of them was dead. He did not feel guilty about devouring Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. Instead, he felt excited. Based on the current situation, Jiyu Long should be a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. If Jiyu Long was at the quintessential saint stage or above, it would be fine if he was at the early quintessential saint stage. Now that he had unleashed all his techniques and the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill Jiyu Long. However, if Jiyu Long was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above, he would not be able to kill Jiyu Long even if he did not hold back. Little Chun, why are you wasting your breath on him? Jiyu Long smirked. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you destroyed my brother's innate spiritual root, it's no longer important. You'll definitely die today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed out like a sharp arrow that tore through the sky and shot towards Duan Lingtian. It was different from when he stood on the spot and attacked earlier. Now, when he attacked with the 100 inscription spirit saber in his hand, the attack power was far from what the previous saber attack could compare to. Duan Lingtian destroyed Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root. Many people were shocked by Jiyu Long's words. As far as they knew, Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian, right? A month ago, Elder Lian and Jiyu Chun had visited Duan Lingtian to denounce him. The truth had already been revealed. Chapter 1926. Everyone did not have time to think about it as they shifted their attention to Jiyu Long's figure that shot out at lightning speed. Jiyu Long is a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Soon after, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed Jiyu Long's cultivation base. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? Duan Ling Tian seems to be only at the early exemplary saint stage. Although Duan Ling Tian has mastered an extraordinary divine ability, with his strength, it seems like it's not enough for him to face a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? If the elders don't make it in time, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. With Ji Yulong's strength, it'll be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if the elders make it in time, I'm afraid they won't be able to arrive before Duan Lingtian is killed. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to die for nothing. Ji Yulong possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules, he won't be punished. At most, he'll be punished symbolically. That's for sure. There are less than 100 martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots in the entire Zoroastrianism. Such a person is the focus of the sect. How can they let him pay with his life for an ordinary disciple who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Whoosh! Perhaps, Ji Yulong was worried the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders would make it here. He did not hold back and instantly consolidated his territory. A territory consolidated by Saint energy was, naturally, much more powerful than a territory consolidated by true origin. As soon as Ji Yulong's territory appeared, it set off a fierce aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see Ji Yulong's territory had formed a scene. In the scene, there were various sabers that were either stabbed into the ground or hovering in the air. These sabers were of different lengths and sizes. The scene in the scene resembled a tomb of sabers. This was Ji Yulong's 1,000 sabers territory. This territory is similar to my 10,000 swords territory. However, I'm 100% certain that Ji Yulong is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When Duan Lingtian saw Ji Yulong charging towards him, the sun saint energy in his body stirred as he began to channel the elementary devouring spell. If he didn't use the elementary devouring technique, he wouldn't be a match for Ji Yulong. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. Even if the sun saint energy was special, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Compared to Ji Yulong, who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was still lacking. As for the gap between him and Ji Yulong, he could only make up for it with the elementary devouring technique. However, I must end this quickly. If I wait for the elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum to arrive, I'll lose the chance to kill him. We must kill him before those elders arrive. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian circulated the Sun Saint power that he had just gathered and cast the elementary devouring spell. At once, with Duan Lingtian in the center, the air began to vibrate as a faint whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool spun faster and faster before it finally produced a powerful suction force. To be more precise, it was the devouring energy. The moment the devouring energy appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an exaggerated speed. In the end, it was completely sucked dry. So this is the divine ability that you're using to suppress my brother. I'll let you know that all your struggles are futile in the face of absolute strength. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring spell, Ji Yulong had also sensed it. However, he merely smiled disdainfully. He was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. On the other hand, he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Put aside the fact that the divine ability cast by his opponent might not be a high-grade divine ability, even if it was, it would be useless in the face of absolute strength. After all, even if it was a high-grade divine ability, it still depended on the strength of the caster. If the caster's strength was weak, the power of the high-grade divine ability would naturally be weak as well. For this reason, Ji Yulong was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's elementary devouring spell at all. Duan Lingtian, remember this when you're in the underworld. The person who's going to kill you is me, Ji Yulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Ji Yulong cried out loudly as the saint energy in his body surged out without any reservation. In just a blink of an eye, his speed increased again. At the same time, the 100 inscriptions saint saber in his hand had also transformed into a streak of light as it moved around his body in a rhythmic manner. As time passed by, the speed of its movement became faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to see that every time the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber moved around Jiyu Long, the energy in the saber would increase. In the end, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber was filled with an explosive energy. This seems to be the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion. At the same time, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple recognized the divine ability that Jiyu Long had cast. Ninefold spiritual infusion? I've heard of it. It's a mid-grade divine ability. However, it's said that this middle-grade divine ability is one of the best among the middle-grade divine abilities. It's infinitely close to a high-grade divine ability. This Jiyu Long has already more or less grasped the ninefold spirit infusion and has already attained the level of 8 stages. High innate talent and strong comprehension ability. This Jiyu Long is indeed a rare martial Dao genius. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples praised. The ninefold spirit infusion was a mid-grade divine ability. It focused on pouring 9 layers of energy into a saint artifact, and it was known as the ninefold force. But now, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see that on Jiyu Long's 100 inscriptions Saint Blade, there were 8 layers of power. It was the eightfold force. It was only one step away from the strongest ninefold force. A powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage cast the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion, to deal with an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. It seems like Jiyu Long is worried the elders will come, so he wants to kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. Although the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast is extraordinary and I can't see through it, his cultivation base is too weak. Even if he cast a high-grade divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for Jiyu Long. That's right. His cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage. Nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. All they felt was that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. They also did not know that the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast was not only a high-grade divine ability, but it was also a heaven-defying high-grade divine ability. It was the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic focused on devouring all the energy in one's surroundings to boost one's strength in a short period of time. Although the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian mastered was not as good as the old man he encountered in the divine ability relic that contained the elementary devouring tactic, he was not far away from the old man. Currently, with the Sun Saint energy that was equivalent to the Saint energy at the early exemplary Saint stage, he could boost his strength to the Mastery exemplary Saint stage Saint energy in a short period of time by devouring the Heaven and Earth Spirit energy in his surroundings. He was only a step away from the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage in Jiyu Long's body. What a powerful energy! When Jiyu Long was not far away from Duan Lingtian, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had cast had already devoured all the Heaven and Earth Spirit energy in his surroundings, boosting the Sun Saint energy in his body to the Mastery exemplary Saint stage. At this moment, he felt as though the energy in his body was about to explode. This was his first time experiencing such a powerful energy. This is, when the energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed, it shocked many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. This energy is comparable to the Mastery exemplary Saint stage Saint energy, right? It doesn't seem like the Mastery exemplary Saint stage Saint energy, but its strength is comparable to the Mastery exemplary Saint stage Saint energy. Heavens! What kind of divine ability did Duan Lingtian cast? It raised his strength by 2 levels. The divine ability he cast must be an assist-type divine ability. It's similar to the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that originated from the inheritance of the dragons, the true form Berserk transformation. It shouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, there's a huge after-effect to it as well. Duan Lingtian's energy can only last for a while. After a while, not only will he revert to his original form, but there'll be after-effects as well. His strength will weaken further. Soon after, many people could tell Duan Lingtian had cast an assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength in a short period of time. This assist-type divine ability was similar to the high-grade divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Due to the fact that the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum had a huge after-effect, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would have an after-effect as well. Assist-type divine ability? It can raise one's strength to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage Saint energy in a short period of time? Jiyu Long had a disdainful expression on his face. So what if Duan Lingtian raised his strength to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage Saint energy? He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage who possessed the Saint energy at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage. Die! Jiyu Long shouted again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to feel their eardrums vibrate as though their ears were ringing. At the same time, the thousands of sabers in Jiyu Long's territory charged toward Duan Lingtian along with the 100 inscriptions spirit saber that was strengthened by the divine ability, the 9 heaps spirit infusion. It was as though it was raining sabers. Naturally, it was a horizontal saber rain. It was not only Jiyu Long's 100 inscriptions spirit saber and the thousands of sabers in his territory that formed the saber rain, but it was also the saber ray that was formed by his 100 inscriptions spirit saber. Chapter 1927. Die. As Jiyu Long shouted, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively held their breaths as they watched the scene in front of them. A young man stood alone in the direction of the saber rain. His figure looked so frail as though he would fall at any time. Golden crow's wings. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in a low voice as he watched the saber rain that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed. His Sun Saint energy that had been enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic instantly transformed into a pair of gigantic wings. It was even bigger than the wings that appeared before. The flames burning on it were even more exaggerated. The most exaggerated part was yet to come. The pair of gigantic wings that were burning with flames flapped violently to both sides. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme. When the air collided with each other, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian's body shot out into the distance at a speed that was even faster than the saber rain. He easily dodged Jiyu Long's all-out attack, causing the saber rain that was transformed from Jiyu Long's all-out attack to miss. The saber rain missed its target, but its momentum did not decrease as it continued to sweep toward the distance. In that direction, there were hundreds of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples standing there. As soon as these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Jiyu Long making his move, horror dawned on them, and they immediately retreated. However, since Duan Lingtian had dodged the saber rain that was unobstructed swept toward them earlier than they expected. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the wake of the saber rain, more than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were weaker did not manage to dodge in time and were killed by the saber rain. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Gasp, 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 gasp. Upon seeing this, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many of them felt fortunate that they did not stand there in the beginning. It's a good thing I came here from the other side. Otherwise, I would have died. A few of the weaker Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples rejoiced inwardly. Impossible. In the next moment, a cry of disbelief rang out. It was Jiyu Long's voice. At this moment, Jiyu Long looked at Duan Lingtian who had easily dodged his attack. His eyes fell on the wings on Duan Lingtian's back. His expression was very ugly. Advanced movement god art? At this time, if he still couldn't realize that Duan Lingtian had used an extremely powerful high-level movement divine ability, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Hiss, 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 hiss. When all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, the sound of them gasping could be heard again. Previously, They had gasped because of the dozens of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were killed by Jiyu Long. Now, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's movement divine ability. What a terrifying movement divine ability! With the strength of a mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouse, he easily dodged Jiyu Long's attack by casting a movement divine ability. The movement divine ability Duan Lingtian cast is definitely a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, he must have mastered the essence of this high-grade movement divine ability. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. I'm afraid this high-grade movement divine ability is not inferior to the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. That pair of flaming wings looks like a real pair of wings. The pair of wings transformed from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability looks like a pheasant's wings in front of it. That's right. Just by looking at the pair of wings on Duan Lingtian's back, I can tell it's much more powerful than the wings transformed from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability. This movement divine ability might be even more advanced than the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. One by one, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples regained their senses. All of them were shocked by the high-grade divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This was because the speed of the Golden Crow's wings was just too fast. With this high-grade movement divine ability, Duan Lingtian's speed is already faster than Jiyu Long. He's already invincible in this battle. Invincible? You're thinking too much. Don't forget that the reason Duan Lingtian has the strength of a mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouse is because he has cast an assist-type divine ability similar to the divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Such a divine ability won't last for long. The strength in his body will soon return to its original state. If I were him, I'd definitely run away from Jiyu Long with my current speed. Jiyu Long won't be able to catch up to him now. If he wants to live, he has no choice but to do this. Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed that Duan Lingtian would use his high-grade movement divine ability to run away from Jiyu Long. Jiyu Long's expression changed immediately when he realized this. If that was the case, he might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian today. How could this be? Jiyu Chun, who was hovering in the air in the distance, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He actually mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. He's just an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. What's so good about him? Jiyu Chun roared in his heart. In the end, his face was filled with jealousy. Don't tell me we really can't kill him today. Jiyu Chun was extremely dissatisfied. Run away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Regarding this, he snorted in contempt. Did Duan Lingtian need to run away? Even if his current strength could not last for long, he was confident he could kill Jiyu Long within a short period of time. The blue innate spiritual root. It's mine. Duan Lingtian looked at Jiyu Long with a hint of greed in his eyes. In his opinion, Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root, would bring him a brand new chain. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, not only did Duan Lingtian not run away, but he even charged toward Jiyu Long at an extremely fast speed. He didn't run away. Upon seeing this, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were stunned. Humph! Why didn't he run away when he had such a good opportunity? He's just seeking death. Don't you see his charging toward Jiyu Long? He didn't run away because he wants to kill Jiyu Long. Kill Jiyu Long? Him alone. Jiyu Long might not be as fast as him, but he's only fast. Unless he has a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Jiyu Long's defense. If Jiyu Long has mastered a defensive divine ability, even if it's only a medium-grade defensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Jiyu Long's defense even if he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death by staying behind. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength would be reduced to its original state after a while. At that time, even if he had a high-grade movement divine ability, he would still be a fish on Jiyu Long's chopping board. He would be at Jiyu Long's mercy. He's not running away. Don't tell me he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Jiyu Long's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him. He did not master a defensive divine ability. If Duan Lingtian had really mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might really go for wool and come home shorn. He might even be killed by Duan Lingtian. Impossible. With his cultivation base and low innate talent, he's already extremely lucky to be able to successfully comprehend a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, the assist-type divine ability he cast earlier might also be a high-grade divine ability. If that's the case, it's impossible for him to comprehend a third high-grade divine ability. Jiyu Long sighed in relief when he thought about this. I'll defend for a while more. As long as the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, killing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant. The moment Jiyu Long thought of this, his confidence was boosted. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near Jiyu Long. Jiyu Long did not stay idle. Although he knew his attacks would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian, he still continued to attack. Naturally, Duan Lingtian easily dodged all his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage Saint Energy. When he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, with such strength, his speed was comparable to an early quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, nobody would have any objections if he was called the fastest speed under the quintessential Saint stage. This was because he was indeed fast. He could easily crush a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian dodged Jiyu Long's attacks, he continued to attack. His first attack was a sword technique that contained the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was comparable to an ordinary heaven-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. However, a sword move of this level was not worth mentioning to Jiyu Long. Jiyu Long's defensive technique was a heaven-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, due to the support of his Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage, it was not something Duan Lingtian's sword technique could break. Upon seeing this, the fear in Jiyu Long's heart disappeared. It was replaced with excitement. After a while, the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would wear off. At that time, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian easily. This Duan Lingtian is really digging his own grave. A cruel smile appeared on Jiyu Chun's face in the distant sky. I don't want to play with you anymore. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to kill Jiyu Long, Duan Lingtian spoke in a voice that only Jiyu Long could hear. Although he spoke casually, it was like a clap of thunder when it entered Jiyu Long's ears. Horror dawned on Jiyu Long's face immediately. He's still hiding his strength. A thought suddenly appeared in Jiyu Long's mind. In the next instant, he saw the air within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian vibrating as a dazzling golden territory solidified. Apart from blocking everyone's sight, it also shrouded Jiyu Long with this territory. Chapter 1928. When Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory appeared, Jiyu Long discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than his. Although Duan Lingtian's territory was more powerful than his territory, it was only on par with his Thousand Sabers territory since it was only activated by the Saint energy at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Do you think you can break my defense just by consolidating your territory? How naive. Jiyu Long had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Even if Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory, he would not be able to break through his defense. He still had this bit of confidence in himself. I don't plan to use my territory to deal with you. When Duan Lingtian saw the 10,000 swords territory had spread out and blocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' view, he felt relieved. He turned around and said to Jiyu Long indifferently, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. When his words entered Jiyu Long's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, Jiyu Long's expression changed greatly. At the same time, fear appeared in his eyes. Stop trying to mystify me. Taking a deep breath, Jiyu Long suppressed the fear that rose in his heart for no reason and roared. Mystify me. Upon hearing Jiyu Long's words, Duan Lingtian merely shook his head and smiled. His nonchalant expression made Jiyu Long even more fearful. In the end, Jiyu Long flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Otherworldly celestial. As Duan Lingtian chanted inwardly, he shot up into the sky. With the help of the golden crow's wings, he disappeared from Jiyu Long's sight in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Huh! Upon seeing this, Jiyu Long was stunned. He could not see what Duan Lingtian was doing at all. As Duan Lingtian shot up into the sky, he also brought his 10,000 swords territory with him. When Duan Lingtian disappeared into the sky, the 10,000 swords territory disappeared as well. Jiyu Long's figure reappeared in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Jiyu Chun. Duan Lingtian seems to have gone up to the sky. Could it be that the support-type divine ability he used is about to disappear? It's possible. After a moment of silence, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves again. The effect of the support divine ability is about to wear off. When Jiyu Long, who was still in a state of shock, heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around him, a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems like he was just deliberately mystifying things earlier. Damn it. I was actually scared. When he thought about how he was scared out of his wits just now, Jiyu Long immediately felt ashamed and resentful. In the next moment, he stomped his feet in the air and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Duan Lingtian, you're faster than me now. But once the effects of your support god art wear off, what are you going to use to fight me? You're dead meat. As he soared into the sky, Jiyu Long's heart was filled with joy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Duan Lingtian had already died in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, almost as soon as Jiyu Long soared into the sky, 3 short-lived sword cries resonated in the air and reverberated in all directions. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard the cries, a gigantic golden light shield with a radius of 100 meters had already enveloped Jiyu Long's stop. Before the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could return to their senses, a furious shout resonated in the air from afar. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person was still very far away. A Black Turtle Sanctum's elder? Almost as soon as the shout resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 10,000 sword territory, had a change of expression. He immediately called out to Huolaro, help me devour his innate spiritual root. In front of Duan Lingtian, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gathered and formed a sword platform that supported Jiyu Long's body. To be more precise, it was Jiyu Long's body. At this moment, Jiyu Long's eyes were wide open as he lay there with a grievance. There were 3 fatal wounds on his body that were still bleeding. These were the marks left behind by Duan Lingtian when he cast his high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly flying sword, on Jiyu Long's body. Currently, he could only summon 2 clones when he cast the otherworldly celestial. Even so, with the otherworldly celestial and the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian easily breached Jiyu Long's defense and killed him before he could even react. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely natural. However, it was a pity. Due to the 10,000 sword territory, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not see the most important scene where Jiyu Long was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 3 strikes. His innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. As Duan Lingtian called out to Huolaro extended his divine consciousness into the depths of Jiyu Long's soul to investigate and sense Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. Huolaro rarely paid attention to the situation outside, so he had only just found out Jiyu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Huolaro, guide my divine consciousness to sense his innate spiritual root. I must devour his innate spiritual root before the Black Turtle Sanctum's elder arrives. He's already dead, so his soul will dissipate soon. At that time, the blue innate spiritual root will disappear as well. This is my last chance. As Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness entered Jiyu Long's soul, he hastily urged Huolaro. As Duan Lingtian urged Elder Hua, he placed his hand on Jiyu Long's forehead and cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was ready to attack at any time. All right. When Huolaro sensed Duan Lingtian's anxiousness, he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly used his divine consciousness to guide Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness to sense Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root is of a higher grade than the one you devoured previously. For this reason, the aura in his innate spiritual root is much denser. I've sensed it. As soon as Huolaro finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sensed Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. Just as Huolaro had said, Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Its presence was much stronger than Jiyu Chun's innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian had devoured previously. For this reason, Duan Lingtian immediately sensed Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root and locked onto it. After locking onto Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, the next step was simple. Duan Lingtian could complete the task on his own. As the saying went, difficult the first time, easy the second time. This was Duan Lingtian's second time devouring an innate spiritual root. He controlled the devouring energy and merged it with his innate spiritual root before devouring Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root. I didn't expect Jiyu Long to lose so much of his innate spiritual root even though I acted so quickly. As Duan Lingtian sighed, he could clearly sense the changes in his innate spiritual root. The speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was a few times faster than usual. Your innate spiritual root has transformed from dark yellow to dark green, Huolaro reminded Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. It's just as I expected. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this outcome. No matter what, Jiyu Long's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he lost some of it during the devouring process, it was still a piece of cake for him to transform his yellow innate spiritual root into a green innate spiritual root. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout resonated in the air again. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he regained his senses. He immediately withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, he discovered two old figures had arrived near the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Based on the robes the two old men were wearing, it was obvious they were the Black Turtle Sanctum's silver flame elders. One of them was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. If it was any other time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene would have bowed to the two old men. However, at this moment, they were looking at the sky not far away. As the territory that resembled a golden light shield disappeared, a young man hovered in the air unscathed. Not far away from him, a corpse fell from the sky. A moment later, it crashed heavily on the ground with a boom. Boom. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard this, they were shocked. When they regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. How's this possible? Jiyu Long. Jiyu Long is dead. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. A martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Can someone tell me what the F***ck is going on? Am I dreaming? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene fell silent for a moment before an uproar broke out. Goodness! What did they just see? A genius martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root had died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If they did not see this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Brother! A sorrowful cry rang in the air as a figure descended from the sky and appeared above Jiyu Long's corpse. His face turned pale as he looked at Jiyu Long's corpse. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his cousin, whom he regarded as his savior, would actually die. He had died in the hands of someone he hated to the core. How's this possible? Impossible. Jiyu Chun shook his head as he looked at Jiyu Long's corpse. In the end, he muttered to himself in disbelief, "You're not my brother. You're not my brother. My brother can't be so useless. My brother can't be so useless. So he's your cousin who possesses a blue innate spiritual root." In the next instant, an old figure appeared next to Jiyu Chun. He looked at Jiyu Long's corpse as he asked in a deep voice. The appearance of this person immediately caused Jiyu Chun to quiver. He completely recovered from his shock. Master. Chapter 1929. The old man who appeared next to Ji Yu Chun was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li An. He was also Ji Yu Chun's master. He was willing to accept Ji Yu Chun as his disciple because Ji Yu Chun had promised to let his cousin, a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, become his disciple as well. It could be said that he had accepted Ji Yu Chun as his disciple for the sake of Ji Yu Chun's cousin. Today, when Li An received the Bronze Flame Elder's report that Ji Yu Chun's cousin had come to the Black Turtle Sanctum for Zoroastrianism, he was extremely happy. He had even waited for Ji Yu Chun's cousin to come and look for him after catching up with Ji Yu Chun. Who would have thought that instead of waiting for the person, they would receive a piece of shocking news? Ji Yu Chun's cousin, Ji Yu Long, had disregarded the Zoroastrianism's rules and attacked Duan Lingtian in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. Although Li An was shocked when he heard this, he was not worried at all. No matter what, Ji Yu Long was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian in the Zoroastrianism, he would only receive a symbolic punishment. Duan Lingtian was merely a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In terms of value, he was nothing compared to Ji Yu Long naturally. In terms of value, as a Silver Flame Elder, Li An was undoubtedly more valuable than Ji Yu Long in the eyes of Zoroastrianism. However, since he was a Silver Flame Elder and could represent the fire worship sect, he could not act recklessly like Ji Yu Long and attack the disciples of the fire worship sect. Otherwise, the damage to the reputation of Zoroastrianism was not something a Silver Flame Elder like him could make up for with his life. For this reason, although Li An was a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, he did not dare to act recklessly against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have died in his hands long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to survive until now. Although Li An was not worried about Ji Yu Long's safety, he still personally came over just to be safe. With him around, the other Silver Flame Elder in charge of enforcing the law in the Black Turtle Sanctum would, naturally, treat Ji Yu Long who had killed Duan Lingtian with kindness. From the beginning to the end, he had never doubted whether Ji Yu Long could kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, there was no suspense at all. Ji Yu Chun had long told him that Ji Yu Long was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Killing an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator was easier than killing a chicken or cutting grass. Dead, he's actually dead. Li An did not expect to see Duan Lingtian's body when he arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he saw the body of Ji Yu Long who was about to become his direct disciple. Ji Yu Long was a martial Dao genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, Ji Yu Long's importance in Li An's heart had far surpassed Ji Yu Chun's even though he had not seen him before. Due to this reason, he was filled with rage. A direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root was killed just like that. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill your fellow disciple? In the next instant, Li An's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted. He raised his head and stared at Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air in the distance. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces again. However, he could not act recklessly. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Even if he was guilty of killing his fellow disciple, only the enforcement elder in the Zoroastrianism could punish him. Although Li An was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he did not have the authority to do so. However, this did not mean he could not convict Duan Lingtian of his crimes. Killing my fellow disciple? Upon hearing Li An's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Li An's expression turned grave. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. I'm laughing at the fact that someone who's a Silver Flame Elder only knows how to lie. After Duan Lingtian stopped laughing, he looked at Li An indifferently and said mockingly, You. Li An, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was talking about him. However, since Duan Lingtian did not mention his name, There was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. If Duan Lingtian had mentioned him, he could still punish Duan Lingtian for disrespecting a silver flame elder. Even if he could not kill Duan Lingtian, he could still vent his anger. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to know what he was thinking. He did not give him a chance at all. Senior brothers and senior sisters, you are all my witnesses for today's matter. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other silver flame elder who was standing in the distance. Then, he looked around and said in a loud voice that was neither servile nor overbearing. I, Duan Lingtian, killed Jiyu Long because Jiyu Long tried to kill me first. According to the sect's rules, I'm not guilty even if I killed him under such circumstances. However, I've always been a merciful person. Even if Jiyu Long wanted to kill me, I didn't intend to kill him in the beginning. It wasn't until he harmed the innocent and killed more than 10 senior brothers and sisters that I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart and killed him instead. You can consider this as revenge for my senior brothers and senior sisters. Duan Lingtian's words were filled with righteousness. Killed more than 10 of your senior brothers and senior sisters? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the silver flame elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Li and turned grave immediately. In the next instant, he looked at Jiyu Long's corpse that was lying on the ground. His eyes shone coldly as though he wanted to whip Jiyu Long's corpse. Elder Guo, don't listen to his nonsense, Lian said in a low voice. The silver flame elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Li and was none other than Guo Xiong, the silver flame elder who was in charge of enforcing the Black Turtle Sanctum's laws. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guo Xiong was also a silver flame elder whose strength was only second to Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, due to his identity as the enforcement elder, even Lian was wary of him. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if Lian could defeat him, he would have to pay a high price. Elder Lian, do you think I'm senile? There are so many people here, I'll have my own opinion on whether he's talking nonsense or not, Guo Xiong said nonchalantly as he glanced at Lian coldly. The reason Guo Xiong was able to become the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder was because nobody had ever questioned his impartiality. He, Guo Xiong, had always been a law enforcer. He would not wrongly accuse anyone who was innocent, and he would not let anyone who was guilty go. Soon after, Guo Xiong learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. His expression turned grave immediately. More than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had died just like that. If news of this spread out, how would he be able to show his face as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder? In the end, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guo Xiong made the final judgment. Jiyu Long took the initiative to kill his fellow disciples. Moreover, he killed 17 of his fellow disciples. He deserves to die. Duan Lingtian acted in self-defense. He's not guilty. Since Duan Lingtian killed Jiyu Long after Jiyu Long killed 17 of his fellow disciples, not only is he not guilty, but is also meritorious. In our Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, we're all about punishing those who commit crimes and rewarding those who perform meritorious deeds. As for how to reward Duan Lingtian, I'll report this to Lord Sanctum Leader, and Lord Sanctum Leader will decide for himself. Jiyu Long's judgment was simple and direct. Jiyu Long deserved to die. Duan Lingtian was meritorious and not at fault. Upon hearing Guo Xiong's judgment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian with envy in their eyes. The reward from Lord Sanctum Leader was definitely not simple. Although Li An was dissatisfied with Guo Xiong's judgment, he could not refute it. He could only stand in the distance and sulk. Elder Guo, I don't accept this. At this moment, Jiyu Chuanli stood up and looked at Guo Xiong. He said with an unwilling expression, My brother didn't intentionally kill those 10 of his fellow disciples. My brother didn't intentionally kill those 10 plus fellow disciples, but he accidentally killed them during the battle with Duan Lingtian. Even if he didn't die later on, it was impossible for him to kill his fellow disciples. As for Elder Guo's judgment that my brother deserved to die, I accept it. However, if you say that Duan Lingtian deserved to die, I don't accept it. Although Jiyu Chuanli had long known that Duan Lingtian was in the right and would not be punished, Jiyu Chuanli felt that Jiyu Chuanli deserved to die. When Jiyu Chuanli heard that Duan Lingtian deserved to die and would be rewarded by Lord Sanctum Leader, his eyes turned red immediately. He quickly voiced his dissatisfaction. He wanted Guo Xiong to cancel the reward that he had promised to Duan Lingtian. If you didn't speak up, I would have almost forgotten about you. Just as Jiyu Chun was looking at Guo Xiong with hopeful eyes, Guo Xiong's gaze also landed on him. Following that, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Elder Guo, what do you mean by that? Jiyu Chuanli's expression changed. I don't think I've violated the sect's rules, right? Are you sure you didn't violate the sect's rules? Guo Xiong said with a mocking smile on his face. In that case, I'd like to ask you. Why did Jiyu Long attack Duan Lingtian? Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't instigate him? If you do, I won't make things difficult for you today. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Chuanli's expression changed again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In the next moment, he looked at Lian who was standing nearby and sent a voice transmission to him. Master, save me. However, Lian merely glanced at Jiyu Chuanli indifferently when he heard the voice transmission before he left in a flash. As he left, Lian's voice resonated in the air. His voice was cold and emotionless. Jiyu Chun has violated the sect's rules. From today onward, he's no longer my disciple. A single sentence, a very short sentence, cut off the relationship between him and Jiyu Chun. To Lian, Jiyu Chun had lost his value since Jiyu Long was no longer around. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to get rid of Jiyu Chun. No. Master, you can't do this. You can't do this. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Chun's face turned pale immediately. He wanted to chase after Lian Hermf. Chapter 1930. Jiyu Chun instigated Jiyu Long to kill Duan Lingtian and caused the death of 17 of his fellow disciples. Since he didn't kill Duan Lingtian himself, I'll spare him from death, but I'll punish him. Jiyu Chun will be expelled from the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. He'll never be allowed to join Zoroastrianism again. At the same time that Guo Xiong stopped Jiyu Chun, he also made a judgment against Jiyu Chun. He would be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Jiyu Chun's expression changed drastically when he heard Guo Xiong's decision. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold and filled with hatred. In his opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not be where he was today. In this lifetime, even if his cultivation base did not improve at all, he would not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. Since he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he would make his move on the people around Duan Lingtian. After he left Zoroastrianism, he would do everything he could to find out more about Duan Lingtian. He did not believe Duan Lingtian's friends and family would be stronger than him. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Jiyu Chun's gaze. Currently, Jiyu Chun was merely a cripple, so he did not care about him at all. However, he could not help but feel uneasy about letting someone who hated him live in this world. Why don't I follow him when he leaves the Black Turtle Sanctum and kill him to eliminate him once and for all? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. That's too risky. Who knows if he'll be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada when I follow Jiyu Chun? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian completely dismissed the idea of following Jiyu Chun and killing him. When Duan Lingtian looked at Guo Xiong again, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Elder Guo Xiong. Duan Lingtian greeted Guo Xiong immediately. Huh! Upon hearing this, Guo Xiong regained his senses. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What's the matter?" Elder Guo Xiong, since Jiyu Chun is no longer a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum, and is no longer a disciple of Zoroastrianism, can I be so bold as to ask Elder Guo Xiong to kill him as a reward? What do you think? In that case, Elder Guo Xiong, you don't have to make Lord Sanctum Leader worry about my reward anymore. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly and stated the reward he wanted. For this reward, Duan Lingtian was reward. Whoosh! Jiyu Chun's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian Lingtian's S Lingtian Lingtian S to Lingtian's TST Lingtian was S Lingtian Lingtian Hua. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, in order to kill Jiyu Chun, he actually gave up the reward from Lord Altar Master. Is he crazy? With his strength, it's entirely possible for him to tail Jiyu Chun and kill him after he leaves the fire worship sect. Is it necessary for him to give up on Lord Sanctum Leader's reward and let Elder Guoxiong do it for him? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian was crazy to make such a decision. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who managed to figure out what was going on. Due to the enmity between Duan Lingtian and Elder Lian, I'm afraid he won't dare to follow Jiyu Chun after he leaves. If Elder Lian is the Oriole behind, his death will be in vain. That is indeed a possibility. As long as Elder Lian kills Duan Lingtian, nobody will be able to find out that he's the one who killed Duan Lingtian. Apart from being meticulous, Duan Lingtian is also very daring to make such a decision. After all, not everyone can give up the reward from Lord Altar Master just like that. Put everything else aside, I admire Duan Lingtian for this alone. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were more clear-headed. They had thought about many things. They could completely see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Are you sure you want to give up Lord Altar Master's reward for this reward? Guoxiong had also guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently before he asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. The reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum? To be honest, he did not think the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum would be able to give him anything he needed. Divine ability? He did not lack it for the time being. Martial tactics? He had the Sovereign Heart Sword. 100 Inscriptions Saint Weapon? He already had it in his hands. Pills, Tao Talismans, and the like. He did not really want anything at this moment. After considering all these factors, he decided to give up the reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum in exchange for Jiyu Chun's life. Elder Guo, you can't do this. Why you can't? You. Jiyu Chun's expression changed completely when he saw Guoxiong looking at him after Duan Lingtian nodded. An expression of fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. However, his voice soon came to an abrupt halt. This was because when Guoxiong raised his right hand and closed it around Jiyu Chun's body suddenly exploded with a bang. His blood rained down on the ground and became nutrients for the earth. How powerful! Is this the strength of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? When Duan Lingtian saw this, his eyes could not help but narrow as shock appeared on his face. The expressions of the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples turned grave as well. They looked at Guoxiong in awe. After dealing with the problem and disposing of Jiyu Long's body, Guoxiong left the area where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stayed. He came and went without a trace. After Guoxiong left, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. At this moment, they finally had the time to focus on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has mastered a high-grade movement divine ability that's obviously superior to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but he's so lucky. Not only did he encounter a high-grade movement divine ability, but he even managed to comprehend and master it. I'm so envious. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Not only that, but the assist-type divine ability he cast also raised his saint energy by 2 levels in such a short time. I'm guessing that assist-type divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability as well. An ordinary martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root managed to comprehend and master 2 high-grade divine abilities at the same time? His luck is simply heaven-defying. Although his luck is heaven-defying, based on the fact that he managed to comprehend 2 high-grade divine abilities, apart from his martial Tao innate talent, he's not weak at all. At the very least, he has a unique advantage when it comes to comprehending divine abilities. Since he's so talented in comprehending divine abilities, I wonder if he'll be able to comprehend our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. That's impossible, right? The black turtle's barrier is the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Even in the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended it. It's hard to say. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their attention was focused on the 2 high-grade divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. As for the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not notice it at all since it was too fast and was concealed by the 10,000 Swords territory. Otherwise, they would have been more surprised. Although they did not notice the high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast, some of them recalled the 3 short-lived sounds of sword whistling in the air before Jiyu Long was killed by Duan Lingtian. I remember that at the moment before Jiyu Long died, I heard 3 sword whistling sounds that rang out at almost the same time. And there were 3 bloody holes on Jiyu Long's body. It should have been pierced by 3 swords. That must be the sword-type martial tactic Duan Lingtian cast. However, based on the fact that he managed to break through Jiyu Long's defense, it's obvious that the sword-type martial tactic he cast is not simple. It's indeed not simple. It might even be a sword-type martial tactic from a heaven-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to an extremely high stage. It's a pity that Duan Lingtian's territory blocked our line of sight so we didn't get to see the most exciting scene. Unknowingly, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had shifted their attention to the method Duan Lingtian used to kill Jiyu Long as they discussed among themselves. The more they discussed, the more excited they became. It was as though they did not feel tired at all. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. He turned around and prepared to return to the Tertius house that he stayed in. However, when he turned around and saw the collapsed Tertius house, he recalled that Jiyu Long had destroyed his Tertius house. After shaking his head again, Duan Lingtian moved in a flash and entered a Tertius house nearby that had its door wide open. Then, he closed the door, not caring who originally lived there. If anyone had any objections, they could challenge him. As long as they defeated him, he would naturally give up his Tertius house. The owner of this Tertius house was a mastery exemplary Saint Stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When he saw Duan Lingtian entering his Tertius house, he smiled wryly. However, he did not dare to say anything, let alone try to snatch his house back. It just so happens that Jiyu Chun's Tertius house is empty now. His gaze quickly landed on Jiyu Chun's tertiary-grade house. After entering the new Tertius house, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After asking Huolaro to guard him, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and began to cultivate. He could not wait to experience his innate spiritual root after it had transformed. According to Huolaro, his innate spiritual root was currently a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. I've already roughly experienced the transformation of my innate spiritual root. The speed at which I sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. Based on this speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 3 months at most. Chapter 1931. A month ago, when Duan Lingtian realized the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was difficult to comprehend, he did not continue to fight with it. Instead, he began to focus on raising his cultivation base. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but 300 days had passed in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 300 days was almost a year's time. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had used his dark yellow innate spiritual root to complete half of the journey from the early Divine Saint stage to the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Based on his previous progress, it would take him 1.5 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to complete the remaining journey. Naturally, 1.5 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only about 50 days in the outside world. That was when Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was still a yellow innate spiritual root. Currently, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had devoured Jiyu Long's blue innate spiritual root with the help of the domineering divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and had undergone another transformation. It had directly transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. It was considered a top innate talent among those who possessed a green innate spiritual root. It really only took me 10 days. Inside the Tertius house, Duan Ling Tian, who had been immersed in his cultivation for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "I've been cultivating for a long time, and I've been cultivating for a long time." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's aura seemed to have changed slightly. He had made a breakthrough. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world, but 3 months had passed in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian had also successfully made a breakthrough in these 3 months. His cultivation base had officially broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage. The difference is more than 5 times. If I didn't devour Jiu Long's blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for me to make a breakthrough in just 10 days in the outside world. According to my previous estimation, with my original innate spiritual root, I'll need at least 50 days in the outside world to successfully complete the breakthrough. After another round of mumbling, a smile of excitement gradually appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. The transformation of his innate spiritual root had further increased his cultivation speed. With my current innate spiritual root and the assistance from the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even a monstrous genius with a blue innate spiritual root wouldn't be able to compare to me in terms of cultivation speed. Even a monstrous genius with a dark blue innate spiritual root would be twice as fast as me in terms of cultivation speed. With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. However, although my cultivation speed is fast, it's still much slower than the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. After a jolt, he finally regained his senses. Now, I'm certain Kerr's twin sister is a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to possess a strength above the exemplary saint stage when she's only in her early 30s. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled Kai Mai, who had taken Kerr away. She was a woman who looked exactly like Kerr. At that time, even Di Ju, who was at the peak of the divine saint stage, was like a mouse that had seen a cat when he stood before her. Based on this, one could see how powerful she was. She was definitely at the exemplary saint stage or above. However, with my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to catch up to her and even surpass her in terms of innate talent. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as confidence rose in his heart. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a blue innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation speed might be able to catch up to an ordinary peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root referred to a peerless genius with a light indigo innate spiritual root. After all, even a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root would have different innate talents. Light indigo, normal indigo, and dark indigo had different innate talents. For example, Duan Lingtian possessed a dark green innate spiritual root. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best among all the martial geniuses with green innate spiritual roots. Now that I've broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage, the sun saint energy is comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. Currently, it's not impossible for me to defeat an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left the Tertius house. It's time for me to change my cultivation place. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Tertius house, he lifted his head and looked at the hundreds of floating islands in the sky. Each of the hundreds of floating islands had a small courtyard. There were even Secundus houses in the small courtyards. Compared to the Tertius house, the cultivation environment in the Secundus house was much better. There were 5 spirit gathering formations set up in the Secundus house. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was half as abundant as the Primus house. 100 Secundus houses. It's said that most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the Secundus houses are at the early quintessential saint stage. Some of them are at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian had been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for quite some time now. He had a certain understanding of the Primus houses, Secundus houses, Tertius houses, and Tertius houses in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also knew a little about the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' cultivation base in each house. I shouldn't be so unlucky as to choose the Secundus house where the intermediate quintessential saint stage disciples stay, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. It's Duan Lingtian. Huh. Duan Lingtian seems to be heading to the Secundus house. What's he trying to do? Don't tell me he's going to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters in the Secundus house to obtain the right to stay there. In the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence, most people were cultivating in their rooms. However, there were also a few people who were discussing martial Dao and martial techniques outside. They instantly noticed Duan Lingtian, who had walked out of the Tertius house and was heading to the Secundus house. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, they would not have paid any attention to him. However, it was difficult for them to not pay attention to Duan Lingtian, who was famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, his name had already spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. This was because he was the first person who dared to provoke the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Killing the son of Lian's best friend in front of him was not something that anyone could or would dare to do. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. He did not hesitate to offend Lian 10 days ago. Duan Lingtian had killed Jiyu Long, who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. His name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum again. Apart from being a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Jiyu Long was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, merely possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He was extremely ordinary and was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. From the beginning, nobody thought highly of Duan Lingtian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian relied on two powerful divine abilities that were suspected to be high-grade divine abilities to turn the tables and kill Jiyu Long. From then on, his name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. In the past, Duan Lingtian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because he had overestimated himself and offended Lian. However, currently, Duan Lingtian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because of his strength. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had noticed Duan Lingtian. However, most of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of respect in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength had caused them to be in awe of him. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the Secundus house to obtain the right to stay there. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian looking at the Secundus house, they could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. I admire senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength. However, with senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house, right? Soon after, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple voiced his doubts. Indeed. 10 days ago, although senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is strong, it's only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. There's still quite a distance between him and the quintessential saint stage. The weakest among the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the Secundus house is at the early quintessential saint stage. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough for him to fight with them. If you can think of this, don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't think of this as well. In my opinion, senior brother Duan Lingtian must be confident. That's why he went to the Secundus house to challenge them. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Some of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Some of them felt since Duan Lingtian dared to compete for the right to stay in the Secundus house, he must be confident in his strength. However, compared to the former, the latter was not as popular. Most of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength was still the same as it was 10 days ago. They did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would change much in just 10 days. Creak. All of a sudden, the sound of a door opening resonated in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. This was because the sound of a door opening came from one of the Secundus houses. The Black Turtle Sanctum's residences had their own rules as well. Usually, when one competed for the right to stay in the Secundus house, one was not allowed to challenge a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was in closed-door cultivation. This was because it would disturb others. It was considered rude. Only when the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out of his room could he issue a challenge. Chapter 1932. When the door was opened, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the Secundus house. He had a dark expression on his face. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a good-tempered person. It's senior brother Zhongji. Senior brother Zhongji is one of the best devil cultivators at the early quintessential saint stage. Senior brother Duan Lingtian won't challenge him to snatch his Secundus house, right? I don't think so. When the middle-aged man walked out, before Duan Lingtian could even challenge him, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves. Early quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. As it turned out, he was worried he would be unlucky and encounter an intermediate quintessential saint stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was staying in the Secundus house. However, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. After waiting for a while, the first Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Secundus house was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples realized Duan Lingtian might be trying to snatch the right to stay in the Secundus house. For this reason, they began to soar into the air and surround him. When their whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it also entered Zhongji's ears. You want to snatch my Secundus house? Upon hearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Zhongji's expression turned grave as his eyes flashed coldly. Then, his eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian who was looking at him. He asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian? You want to snatch my Secundus house?" This was because Zhongji had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months and had only come out today. Due to this reason, he did not know there was a new person called Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also did not know Duan Lingtian was a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ha ha, before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, a hearty laugh sounded in the air. Zhongji, don't tell me you haven't even heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? A person slowly walked out of a second-class house not far away. It was a young man, and the hearty laughter came from him. The moment he came out, he looked at Zhongji as if he was looking at a monster. It's senior brother Jiang Chu. I heard that senior martial brother Jiang Chu doesn't get along well with senior martial brother Zhongji. It seems to be true. Senior martial brother Jiang Chu, don't tell me you're here to add insult to injury. I heard senior brother Jiang Chu is even stronger than senior brother Zhongji. He's already halfway into the intermediate quintessential saint stage. When the young man came out, a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to surround him and whisper to each other. As they spoke, they revealed his name and his cultivation base. Jiang Chu was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. His long hair was tied up with a hairband. He had a pair of long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. Apart from his handsome appearance, there was a hint of devilish charm in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Zhongji with a mocking expression. Zhongji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was tall, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's mocking words, Zhongji could not help but glare at him with hostility. Humph! Jiang Chu, so what if I haven't heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price in blood if they want to snatch my residence. The moment Zhongji's words left his mouth, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. His eyes flashed coldly. Brat, if you know what's good for you, you better not have any ideas about my residence. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. The moment Zhongji spoke, he did not hold back at all. He directly threatened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Jiang Chu no longer spoke. Instead, He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had heard about Duan Lingtian. 10 days ago, he had even witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jiyu Long. He was also amazed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. However, at that time, he discovered that although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. He was not at the quintessential saint stage yet. 10 days later, a scene that surprised him appeared. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to snatch the Secundus house. It seems like junior brother Duan Lingtian has also improved in these 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to snatch the Secundus house. I wonder how strong he is now. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chu thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Although he did not have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He knew junior brother Duan Lingtian was not a reckless person. Since he dared to snatch the Secundus house, he must be confident. Beat me up to the point that even my parents won't recognize me. Upon hearing Zhongji's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he could not help but sneer. Are you that confident in your strength? Your smile makes me very unhappy. However, I've changed my mind. Zhongji's expression darkened when he saw the mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He said coldly, "Today, unless you crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times, I won't let you go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me and snatch my house, I, Zhongji, won't let you go. I won't kill or cripple you. However, I'll let you experience the pain of living and make you wish you were dead." When Zhongji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhongji was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Earlier, Jiang Chu's teasing had ignited a fire in his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with a mocking smile on his face, the flames of anger in his heart were instantly ignited. Moreover, there were so many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples watching. Naturally, he did not want to embarrass himself. "Zhongji, you've crossed the line." Jiang Chu frowned. He could not stand it anymore. "Jiang Chu, mind your own business. I don't want to fight with you today." Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Zhongji's expression darkened even more. After he looked at Jiang Chu coldly, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. Jiang Chu's expression changed immediately. His robe fluttered as he tried to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and stopped him. "Senior brother Jiang Chu, thank you for your kindness. I know there's a conflict between you and Zhongjisu, but why don't you let me handle this?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Jiang Chu. When Jiang Chu saw Duan Lingtian's calm gaze, he calmed down immediately. In the end, he nodded. "All right. I'll give you face, junior brother Duan Lingtian." After Jiang Chu finished speaking, he looked at Zhongji coldly. "You're Zhongji, right?" When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Jiang Chu to Zhongji, his calm expression was no longer calm. It was replaced with coldness. "Even if I want to challenge you and take your residence, I'm still following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. I'm following the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. I'm following the rules by challenging you. However, you want to humiliate me. If you can't achieve your goal, you want to make me wish I was dead." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his voice was so cold that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Earlier, when Zhongji saw Duan Lingtian and his old rival, Jiang Chu, exchanging glances, he was furious again. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately vented the anger in his heart. "I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. What can you do if I, Zhongji, want to humiliate you? Since you have the guts to challenge me, you should be prepared to be humiliated. How many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum don't know my temper? I'll give you one last chance. Crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me again, I won't let you go today. I'll slowly torture you and make you wish you were dead." When Zhongji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Zhongji many times over. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. Zhongji, let's see if you have the ability to make me wish I was dead or not. Duan Lingtian was enraged by Zhongji's provocation. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Zhongji as though he was looking at a dead man. Based on your words, it seems like you plan to continue challenging me. When Zhongji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. Your courage is commendable. Since you've given up on the chance to make peace with me, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. As soon as Zhongji finished speaking, his robe fluttered. The saint energy that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator surged out of his body as a terrifying aura spread out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he mobilized the sun saint energy in his body through his 99 saint veins. It's only been a while, but senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Zhongji have such a huge conflict. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene finally regained their senses at this moment. All of them were dumbfounded. They had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and Zhongji's enmity with their own eyes. Everything happened in less than 10 breaths of time. Senior brother Zhongji's temper is still the same as before. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to suffer a little. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Humph. I'm looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's counterattack and defeat senior brother Zhongji. I really want to see what kind of expression the short-tempered senior brother Zhongji will have at that time. Some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Their words were filled with anticipation. I think all of you must be dreaming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is not bad, it's not to the point where he can be compared to senior brother Zhongji. He's destined to be defeated by senior brother Zhongji today. That's right. Right now, Duan Lingtian has already lost his mind due to anger. If he can calm down, he definitely won't try to challenge senior brother Zhongji again. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhongji. Chapter 1933. In the opinion of most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, it was not a big deal. Although Duan Lingtian was strong and had killed Jiyu Long, a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it did not mean he was stronger than Zhongji. Perhaps, in terms of innate talent, Jiyu Long possessed a blue innate spiritual root and was stronger than Zhongji. However, in terms of strength, Zhongji, however, was far from what Jiyu Long could compare to. No matter what, Jiyu Long was only a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Zhongji was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Coupled with the fact that he was a devil cultivator who focused on tempering his body, his strength surpassed more than 80% of the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The best among the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? A devil cultivator who focuses on body refinement. As more and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples gathered around, Duan Lingtian heard all kinds of whispers. He had a better understanding of Zhongji. He did not miss any useful information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, even if he knew about Zhongji's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. His face was calm and unperturbed. Even if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior 10 days ago, he would still be able to fight an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse to a draw even if he unleashed all of his techniques. Naturally, he would still lose in the end. Because the elementary devouring technique consumed too much of his mental energy, he couldn't maintain it for long. Today, his cultivation base had made another breakthrough. It would not be difficult for him to defeat an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Even if Zhongji was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator, one of the strongest early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was 80% confident he could defeat him. The reason why he wasn't 100% sure was because he still didn't know if Zhongji had mastered any high-level divine ability. If Zhongji grasped a high-grade divine ability, it would be difficult to defeat him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not know about this. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in his battle with Jiyu Long. He still had the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The reason why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was because he felt that it was unnecessary. Even if he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he could still defeat and even kill Jiyu Long. And the end result proved that this was indeed the case. I wonder if I'll be able to defeat Zhongji without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhongji calmly as he muttered in his heart. In the upcoming battle with Zhongji, he did not plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior right from the beginning. In fact, if it was not necessary, he did not even plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was one of his trump cards. He did not intend to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. A hidden trump card would often have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. He offended Elder Li An as soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum after arriving at the Zoroastrianism. 10 days ago, with his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage, he managed to kill a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root with 2 powerful divine abilities that are suspected to be high-grade divine abilities. While Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Zhongji, Zhongji had also learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He was shocked as a hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who wanted to challenge him to snatch his Secundus house was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. At the very least, he was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator 10 days ago. However, since he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability. His speed was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhongji had learned all of this from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were spectating. I can't believe that the Black Turtle Sanctum would have such a great person like you, Duan Lingtian, when I was in closed-door cultivation. I'm sure you must have made a breakthrough in your cultivation base in the past 10 days and entered the intermediate exemplary saint stage, right? Zhongji stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a cold voice. He was trying to probe him when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of snatching the Secundus house, it was obvious he knew his place. However, today, he wanted to snatch the Secundus house as soon as he came out. It was obvious he was confident in his strength. Why? Are you scared? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he smirked when he heard Zhongji's probing question. Scared? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Zhongji smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overthinking things? I admit that you're quite strong. Once you've broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, you'll be able to fight with an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, do you think I, Zhongji, can be compared to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? Today, I, Zhongji, will let you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. When Zhongji reached the end of his smirk, he suddenly shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Zhongji charged toward Duan Lingtian, the devil chi in a 100-meter radius around him skyrocketed and transformed into hundreds of devil shadows that were formed by pure devil chi. In just a blink of an eye, half of the sky was shrouded by devil chi. It was as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It felt as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It's the 100 Devils territory. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but exclaim. I can't believe senior brother Zhongji has already consolidated the 100 Devils territory. It seems like after learning about Duan Lingtian's deeds, he no longer dares to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He's not holding back at all. Humph. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian dares to snatch the Secundus house today, he must have made a breakthrough just like senior brother Zhongji has guessed. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, who has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, can fight an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse with his various technique. Would senior brother Zhongji dare to be careless when facing an opponent who's comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? That's right. Although senior brother Zhongji can be considered as one of the best among early quintessential saint stage powerhouses, he's still an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's not at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or even higher. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they stared intently at Zhongji, who had consolidated the 100 Devils territory. At this moment, Zhongji was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Devil convergence. Without warning, a loud cry resonated in everyone's ears. It was none other than Zhongji. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of demonic shadows in his 100 demons domain rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. In the end, his entire body was submerged within. The hundreds of devils seemed to have transformed into a devil cloud that shrouded Zhongji. At the same time, they charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This speed was much faster than an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the ferocious devil cloud, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Then, he activated the sun saint energy that had been strengthened. In the next moment, the golden crow's wings flew out from Duan Lingtian's back and flapped violently. Boom! 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 When the pair of huge wings that were burning with raging flames flapped, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme, causing thunderous explosions to reverberate in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian increased the distance between him and the devil cloud at a speed that was slightly faster than the devil cloud. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered the devil cloud was shrinking rapidly. In the end, it actually transformed into a black armor that was suffused with a dense and cold demonic aura. It covered Zhongji's body, causing the originally tall and large Zhongji to appear as though he had transformed into a demonic god with an oppressive baleful aura. His territory can be used like this. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little surprised. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian even more was yet to come. Demonic shadow. With a soft cry, Zhongji, who was wearing the black armor, activated his saint energy and cast an intermediate level movement divine ability. After leaving behind a demonic shadow, his speed increased again. At this moment, in terms of speed, he was actually on par with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've caught up with the speed that you rely on the most. What other tricks do you have? Just use them now. As he shouted, the devil chi on Zhongji's body increased again. He activated the devil chi in his body without any reservation, and his speed increased again. Although the increase was not much, it allowed him to be slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. He was slowly closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. If this continued, it would not take long for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is about to be caught up. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian fought with Ji Yulong. He relied on his speed after casting his movement divine ability. If it wasn't for the fact that his speed is much faster than Ji Yulong, he wouldn't be a match for Ji Yulong at all. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage is his speed. Now that he's caught up to him, doesn't this mean he's going to be a piece of meat on senior brother Zhongji's chopping board? I can't believe this battle is going to end as soon as it has just begun. Upon seeing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shook their heads. They felt the result of this battle would be out soon. Junior brother Duan Lingtian? Even Jiang Chu could not help but frown at this moment. Chapter 1934. Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage was his speed. All the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew this very well. At this moment, Zhongji's speed was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, The distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone felt the battle was going to end soon. I can't believe senior brother Zhongji's speed is so fast. Although Duan Lingtian's speed is much faster than 10 days ago, it's still not as fast as senior brother Zhongji. Actually, Duan Lingtian's speed is not slow at all. It's comparable to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. However, he's not facing an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's facing an elite early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, senior brother Zhongji. It seems like senior brother Zhongji is only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves, they were in low spirits. Initially, they thought there would be a fierce battle. It did not cross their minds that it would end so quickly. To think that I even interrupted my closed-door cultivation. How disappointing. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples complained. Some of them regretted interrupting their closed-door cultivation to watch the show. The battle before their eyes was not as exciting as they had imagined. However, soon after, a voice resonated in the ears of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. It was precisely this voice that caused their spirits to involuntarily rise. "Do you really think this is my fastest speed?" The voice was indifferent. It came from Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the pair of huge wings that were burning with blazing flames on his back began to flap without holding back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was 20% faster than before. Although he was only 20% faster, he easily left Zhongji behind. It was as if he was riding on a cloud of dust, causing Zhongji to only be able to eat his dust from afar. When Zhongji saw Duan Lingtian's figure gradually disappearing, horror dawned on his face immediately. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast, but he was still holding back. Moreover, he had held back 20% of his speed. For a moment, a sense of defeat rose in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian's current speed had yet to reach the speed of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he was not far from it. At the very least, he was 20% faster than Duan Lingtian's full speed. What did it mean to be 20% faster? This could be seen from the fact that Duan Lingtian had left Zhongji in the dust in an instant. So fast. This speed. I'm afraid it's not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, right? This is too exaggerated. It's completely different from 10 days ago. Duan Lingtian's sudden burst of speed not only shocked Zhongji, but it also shocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were watching the fight. So fast. Jiang Chu's expression turned solemn as well. Although he had already taken half a step into the intermediate quintessential saint stage, his speed was not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's current speed, he was 20% slower. His current speed was only comparable to Zhongji's current speed. I can't believe Zhongji's strength has increased so much after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He's already comparable to me in terms of speed. Zhongji was Jiang Chu's old rival. Naturally, Jiang Chu felt pressured when he saw his old rival's strength had increased so much. It's only been 10 days, but why does it feel like Duan Lingtian has become a completely different person? Although his speed was fast 10 days ago, it was only close to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, his current speed is the fastest among those below the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Did he really only make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in these 10 days? This is unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's speed had shocked most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were shocked were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had witnessed the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Jiyu Long 10 days ago. Due to the fact that the battle 10 days ago was not that long ago, they still remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as he was now. His speed had increased so much in just 10 days. While they were shocked, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was because the increase in his speed was just too ridiculous. Humph. So what if you're faster than me? Your strength is only temporarily increased by the assist-type divine ability. How long can you last? Zhongji slowed down slightly when he saw he could not catch up to Du and Lingtian. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you run away now, you won't be able to escape. Otherwise, once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off, I'll torture you however I want. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat and run away now. Otherwise, once you fall into my hands, even if I don't dare to kill or cripple you due to the sect's rules, I'll still torture you until you're better off dead." When Zhongji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Zhongji. At this moment, Du and Lingtian, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around in time. He looked at Zhongji calmly and said in a clear voice, "Although I know you're trying to provoke me, I still want to tell you that whether it's before or now, I have no intention of running away. At the very least, you, Zhongji, don't have the ability to make me, Du and Lingtian, run away." His words were irrefutable, and every mouthful of saliva was like a nail. Well said. If you don't want to run away, why are you running away? Do you dare to fight me, Zhongji, fair and square? Zhongji had a mocking smile on his face. When he reached the end of his sentence, he continued to provoke Zhongji, "If you don't dare to fight me, you're just a piece of trash, a coward. A person like you shouldn't stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. You'll only embarrass yourself." Although Du and Lingtian knew Zhongji was trying to provoke him, he could not help but feel furious at this moment. "Zhongji, since you want to fight me fair and square, I'll fulfill your wish." As Du and Lingtian shouted coldly, he activated his golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Zhongji and instantly cast his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Du and Lingtian soared up into the sky. When he appeared again, he had already descended from the sky in a menacing manner. However, when one Du and Lingtian soared up into the sky, 3 Du and Lingtian returned. It was impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake Du and Lingtian. 300 inscriptions saint swords charged toward Zhongji with killing intent. It was as though they were going to kill Zhongji in just 3 strikes. Is this a divine ability? What a powerful divine ability. This divine ability. I'm afraid it's a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with a high cultivation base could see how extraordinary the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Du and Lingtian had cast was. Although Du and Lingtian had yet to master the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, perfectly, when combined with the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, the power it unleashed was extraordinary. People could not help but suspect it was a high-grade divine ability. 10 days ago, when Ji Yulong died, there was a bloody hole in each of the 3 vital points on his body. It seems like he died because of this sword divine ability that Du and Lingtian cast. At that time, Du and Lingtian had consolidated his territory, so I didn't see what he did. Now, I finally know what he did in his territory that day. As expected, it's an instant kill with 3 strikes. However, it's not as simple as a martial tactic. This sword divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Du and Lingtian had cast. This divine ability had completely attracted their attention. 3 strikes descended from the sky like sword celestials descending from the sky. Otherworldly celestial. 3 high-grade divine abilities. Jiang Chu, who was watching from afar, was also dumbstruck at this moment. It was as though he had been petrified. The scene before his eyes dealt a huge blow to him. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He's just an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he can cast such a powerful attack. It seems like his assist-type divine ability is indeed a high-grade assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the sword divine ability he cast now must be a high-grade divine ability as well. Needless to say, that movement divine ability of his is definitely a high-grade divine ability. Zhongji's expression turned grave when he saw the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Du and Lingtian had cast. Although his expression was grave, his heart was filled with shock. He managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. What does Duan Lingtian do to deserve this? Although Zhongji was shocked, a fire of jealousy that seemed capable of burning everything rose in his heart. He, Zhongji, was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Until now, he had only managed to comprehend and master 2 medium-grade divine abilities and 1 high-grade divine ability. However, this fellow was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. In comparison, there was only jealousy left in his heart. Flames of jealousy burned in Zhongji's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The coldness in his eyes intensified. If looks could kill, Zhongji would have cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. Humph. The sword divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity the person using it is too weak. Zhongji snorted coldly in the face of the 300 inscriptions saint swords that were descending from the sky. With a raise of his hands, a pair of gloves appeared on each of his fists. It was his 100 inscriptions saint weapon. The gloves were completely black and did not have any luster. It was unknown what material it was made of. However, since it was 100 inscriptions saint weapon, it was naturally not an ordinary pair of gloves. Shattering mountains and rivers fists. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was like 3 sword celestials and the 3 swords that were like celestial swords, Zhongji shouted loudly as he clenched his fists and charged forward fearlessly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.